very wide spectrum of the shipping community. We have the stakeholders in this room that includes the regulators, owners, charterers, markers, shippers, manning agents. We'll also have a media manager later on. And not to forget the ship managers, the staff ashore, and the staff on board. And while each stakeholder has its own interests and expectations, there is a commonality that brings everyone together: the ship and its safe, efficient operation. That is critical for the end to end supply chain to function as it is expected from every structured and matured industry. And as the definition of efficiency keeps changing with time, we are required as we are required to become leaner, more fuel efficient, and more environmental friendly by the regulators and political activists and nature lovers. We are more and more pressed to work together to find avenues where we can reduce wastage and add value. It is this nudge that brings all of us here and lean on each other to understand the pain points, the problem statements, and generate an ecosystem where we are able to provide to the industry what is expected: a consistent, high quality, safe, efficient, and reliable transportation of cargo. It is often misunderstood by many, and I would like to say specifically our team on board, and that is primarily due to the lack of guidance, that our business is to move ships. It is misunderstood that our business is to move ships. Uh, so let me clear this once and for all. Our business is not to move ships. Our business is to move cargo safely, efficiently, reliably, cost effectively, are in the most environmental friendly way, are the adverbs that are slowly getting attached to the shipping as the shipping demands to showcase to the world that we care. Ship is only a medium, and since it is the most cost effective way, makes it a preferred choice. But we need to keep sharpening our pencils and remain a coveted choice rather than being on default mode that says no other alternative available. And where do we as ship managers play our part in this? As an integral and perpetual partner. Integral and perpetual because we are still still far away from autonomous ships. So as ship managers, you being on board, you have a huge degree of responsibility that comes to ensure that we are up to speed and match our performance with the demand of the industry. Encompassing changes as they happen is necessary and critical for our survival, sustenance, and growth. For those in here who have the wishful thinking that Fuel EU Maritime is the most preposterous regulation that would come into the shipping industry, sorry, I think more such are bound to follow. Apart from the regulatory arena, last year has seen some of the most horrific images on a global level in the recent times. Russia-Ukraine conflict, compounded by Israeli and Houthi and Iran and Lebanon conflict, has caused several ships to suffer losses and many of our seafarers losing their lives. This is very sad, and my heart goes out for the unsung heroes who have given their lives to keep the global trade moving. Let us keep them in our prayers and hope the good sense would prevail to the people who find war as a solution to any dispute. And while the world would continue to move on and there would be something new, something more challenging continue to come in and surprise us, I would like to say something to the team here. The building is only as strong as the foundation. The ship is only stable if there is sufficient GM. To make it simpler for everyone, basic seamanship is most important, and rest everything would be an extension of this concept. As Alok says, back to the basics. I think that is something which is very critical. We see more and more cases where the incidents have happened not because of very complex operations going wrong. Most of this happens because the basic seamanship and housekeeping has gone wrong. Circling back to what I said earlier, each person, each department can be in their silo, but do not forget that ship is your home and your biggest lifeboat. You need to find interdependence. You have to look over your shoulder to confirm that the ship is secured, ship is safe and tight. We continuously see many basic things going wrong. ISM has been in view has been in view in life for the last 30 years, and we still see things not being done the way it should be. It's a combined responsibility. Another point I would like to touch upon is complacency. We now see more and more events happening with the people who are aware, who have the knowledge and the skill, but lack of focus and concentration that sometimes causes the incident. This is indeed very disappointing from an industry point of view. And on behalf of our owners and customers who are here, I would like to request our trusted ex-hands, people who have been with us for a long period of time, significant period of time, to come forward and be our cornerstones to guide the rest of the team and their colleagues. Please remember, our reputation of the past would bring us to the present, but our performance of today would define our future. There is cutthroat competition that we have with other industry partners, and we need to be firing on all cylinders to be able to compete. And in today's generation, where information travels faster than light, there is very little that we can hide or escape. Closer to home, UMMS has been doing pretty well with the great support from all of you. And our intent earlier this year to stabilize and solidarize ourselves before we move to the next level has been maintained. We started the year with about 82 ships, and today with 83 ships, we have achieved what we wanted to achieve. We were never in the number game, and we would never be. Our interest is quality operation, and if that requires us to stop, take stock, move forward with care and with proper growth management, so be it. Our interest and goal is customer satisfaction and quality service, and we will continue to focus there. But for us to be able to retain and maintain a strong client base and satisfied customers, the entire credit goes to our shipboard team who have worked tirelessly and selflessly while being away from their families and given their 100% every single moment. I think all of you deserve a round of applause. I would also like to congratulate and thank our shore-based team for their contribution in collaborating and cooperating with the shipboard team on one side and the ship owners and other uh, third party and working around the clock to ensure that they continue to remain a conduit for the team on board with the outside world. And while I'm at it, thank you also for the team in Manila to put this all together for this seminar. Thank you. The way forward now. How do we move ahead? Needless to say, and and to repeat what I said earlier, the industry would become more demanding and the challenges are going to be more and more next level. But more importantly, the demands are going to be of a nature where we have to work and play as a team. Work and play as a team. Collaboration would be the order of the day, while upskilling ourselves and gaining new knowledge would be the minimum requirement. Ensuring that the team collectively moves forward and shares the load would be crucial element for successful operation. Keeping the base strong and developing a structure strong and secure, with the cornerstones being our tried and tested workforce, is my vision for tomorrow. Clear communication, combination of resources on board, and blending that with the right technology would be required, as I see from my crystal ball. But there are others in the room who have far more experience than me and have been dealing with some specific subjects. We are very fortunate to have some of them here with us, and I'm very grateful for them to take time out of their busy schedule to be to be present here. And I would really appreciate all of you to engage with them, learn with them, learn from them, and discuss and challenge them to get an insight how we can develop ourselves to be a strong organization. On that note, and wishing you all a very successful session ahead, I would like to thank you once again for your time and contribution in advance. Thank you. Salamat po.
Thank you so much for your words, sir. Thank you. And next, I would like to call upon Captain Satendra for his presentation on his QHSE insights. Captain Satendra. Captain Satendra is our DPA and CSO.
A very good morning, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to stand before such a wonderful crowd. Thank you all for being here today. And I am going to share the insights of the QHSE. So as a QHSE team, we are often told that we are very critical. But that's how we are. We always start with negatives. But that's our job. We start with the negatives because we are looking for improvement. So let me start with a very sad story. Sorry, actually it's a sad incident. During a routine berthing operation, vessel coming alongside, normal routine mooring operations going on, chief officer forward, second officer aft. One of the mooring lines got stuck in the fenders and it kept getting tighter and tighter. The second officer on the aft mooring, he went to have a look. The same time the line parted. The line struck the second officer and we lost him. So why I am starting with this incident, this sad incident, this happened on one of our ships many, many years back. We have moved on, but these are the moments that we need to remember These are the moments that we need to remind each other. Let's not forget, and let not any one of us forget this incident or any other similar incident in the industry which leads to fatalities, which leads to serious injuries. It is a reminder how a routine task can be fatal in a moment, how it can be so serious. So today I am here to discuss the stats. And I will be honest, these are not the stats, these are not the numbers where we want to be. These numbers will represent deficiencies, injuries, and incidents that are totally unacceptable to us. We are looking for safety and quality. Safety and quality is our top priority. So while my stats may paint a challenging picture, but they also show us exactly where we need to improve. They show us where we need to focus upon. They tell us where we actually need to focus our processes on, where we need to improve, where we need to strengthen our commitment to each other's well-being. They may reveal areas where we need to do better, especially in operations involving high risk like moving, like navigation, like maintenance. These stats also remind us that every action, every safety measure that we take matters. So let's not take these numbers as an end, but a beginning to start with. These are like a call for action to us. Sorry?
The text is not coming on the screen.
No,
We cannot see the screen and the text.
no, it's okay. I just want.
Okay.
So these are our values. Let us pledge to uphold these values of transparency, honesty, and mutual respect. Together, let's all commit to operating clean, safe, and happy ships, driven by our mission of sustaining high quality operations with stability, with integrity, and a dedicated, cost effective approach. Let's move forward with a purpose and a conviction to achieve this mission. So, this is our growth chart. And we sincerely want to thank all our valued clients for the trust you have put in us. We are committed to upholding your trust with more dedication, with more diligence as we move forward, building on our shared success. As we continue to grow, we will leverage economies of scale to create mutual benefits for all of us, a win-win situation. So these are our key performance indicators. And like I said earlier, it is about more than just numbers. It is our shared commitment to safety, sustainability, and integrity. We want zero incidents, zero injuries, zero PSC deficiencies. That's our wish list, and that's what we have to strive and work for. So our mission extends beyond just compliance. It is embedding safety and quality into the very culture of our organization. We are continuously strengthening the standards and making strides towards a safer and more resilient future. So these are our flag state statistics. Looks challenging, isn't it? But if we remember the years post-COVID, 2022 and 23, the physical inspections had just started. Tough times for all of us, tough times for the crew, tough times for the people ashore. And we were just coming out of this when we had this Dali incident. And the effect of Dali is clearly visible in 2024 trends. As the port state control is getting stricter, so are the flag state controls. I was reading online somewhere losses due to Dali. By the way, do you all remember which is the most expensive incident that has ever happened in the marine industry? It has been the Costa Concordia incident that costed the industry about 3 billions. And this incident, as I am told, has already crossed 9 billion and still counting. So these incidents are a reminder that we need to learn, we need to continuously improve. These are the flag PSC stats. While our deficiency ratio is aligning with the industry, but still there is a lot of scope of improvement as far as the detention goes. We have implemented numerous measures to reverse this trend. We are providing enhanced guidance to the vessels, close monitoring of each PSC boarding. But this is one area which we simply cannot afford to be slack. We need to tighten our nose on this. These are our medical and injury cases. Again, a rising trend. But it is also important to note, and I would caution you all, some of the cases were noted to be frivolous. It is also a worrying trend in Philippines that we have noted. And this creates a challenge and affects the resources for the people who are really in need. So we need to be careful here. On a positive note, the Philippines government has enacted the Magna Carta new law, which is going to take care of our seafarers and also going to ensure a fair practice for the seafarers, for the manning agencies, as well as the owners, ensuring fair treatment, safe working conditions, and the seafarers' rights. We believe this will bring in more trust and fairness to the seafarers. We have a 24/7 medical team to support you all when you are in need on the ships. This year we have seen a bit of improvement in our machinery related cases, especially considering the number of the takeovers. And for this, I would like to thank you all for your dedication and your hard work. You all really need an applause. You all carry a heavy burden on your shoulders, and we are there because you are there. Because you are working with dedication, you are working with discipline, you are working selflessly away from your families. I would also like to thank all my shore colleagues for the close monitoring and the guidance provided to all the vessels. However, we cannot afford to slow down. Our goal remains clear: zero incidents, zero injuries, zero deficiencies, and zero violations of any kind. These are our rightship scores. Our rightship scores are generally strong. It's 3.9 currently on the average, only minor fluctuations in between, and the DOC score remains consistently 5. As part of our commitment to transparency, we voluntarily report our incidents to rightships. However, we must remain vigilant and we must ensure that this standard is diligently monitored and maintained. With the dedicated support of all of you and the team ashore. So these are some of the challenges facing the industry today. Just a few ones. The first one is, of course, the net zero. By 2050, we have to achieve the target of net zero. If you all see these stats on the screen, in 2018, United Nations has given these stats that shipping industry contributes about 3% of carbon dioxide emissions. If we consider ourselves as a nation, we are the 6th largest polluter in the world. But like Vinay sir said, we had these geopolitical conflicts. It is very ironical. It is very ironical. We had the war going on in Ukraine for last 3 years. How much emissions that will contribute to? Same way in the Middle East. But we have to do our bit. We have to do our part for the Mother Earth. The next issue is the shortage of skilled talent. As per the BIMCO and ICS statistics, there is going to be a huge shortage of officers by 2026. IMO has initiated the initiative to call up women to join the shipping. But as of today, only 2% of the seafarers in ship management are women. The figure is a bit higher in the ship owning companies, but it still remains a challenge in the ship management. Digitalization is another challenge that we need to focus upon. And we, as an organization at UMS, are very transparent. And digitalization is also about two things. One is working transparently. The second is how the information is available, how the information is analyzed, and how the information is used for the welfare of our seafarers, for the welfare of our clients. Human element of safety. Tanker industry is slightly ahead, but dry industry is also not behind. We are also coming up very fast. The OCIMF stats say that 96% of the incidents are caused by human error. But human error is not just the cause. It is an effect which includes psychological, physical, and many other social factors that we need to address. While there are many safety protocols, we have to support our crew in spotting the risks and preventing incidents. And for this, we need to support you and we need your support. Adapting to challenging operations, the new technology is another issue that we need to work upon. Finding and training the right crew, the crew that must adapt to the changing technology and the newer issues is a big, big challenge. And that is where we have started focusing. And this is also critical. So IMO has given this theme for 2024, Navigating the Future, Safety First. The idea is to eliminate all kind of losses and all kind of injuries. Our plan is also simple. We believe in simplicity and not fancy. We wish to empower the people with strong leadership. We want to work on the processes and we want to provide technical solutions, engineering solutions, simple tools to stop accidents and injuries. Our aim is finally to have zero accidents, zero incidents by making personal safety a habit. And together we can create a safer future for all our seafarers. So as QHSE professionals, people think of quality, health, safety, and environment. When it comes to E, I have purposely highlighted the part E. When it comes to E, people think of environment only in the context of pollution prevention or MARPOL. But there is a much, much bigger picture. If we look at the bigger picture, the environment determines our culture. The culture determines our behavior, and the behavior determines our performance, the safety performance. So one of our key objectives is to minimize the possibility of human error, and this can happen only if we create a culture where people's behavior support the regulatory mechanism. This triangle, the safety triangle or the incident triangle that you all see on the screen, you all must have seen umpteen number of times. This reminds us that if we do the same unsafe act again and again, 30,000 times, we'll end up having 600 near misses. We have 600 near misses and nothing happens. We have 30 minor incidents where we escape with some small injuries. But we have 10 serious accidents and then we also have a fatality. This is what we don't want. This is what we don't want. And that is why we have taken up a behavior-based safety program. The behavior-based safety program is being implemented through these safety cards. We call it proactive safety cards, ProSafe Plus. Basically, there are two principles on which this program is based. The first principle is when we appreciate something, people tend to repeat it. If we spot a positive behavior, if we see somebody doing a good act and we appreciate it, people like to repeat it. And the people who are watching it being appreciated, they also want to repeat it. So that's one of the principles of the behavior-based safety. The second principle is we want to empower people to stop unsafe acts and unsafe conditions before they turn into an accident. We have a whistleblower program, and at UMMS, we are strongly committed to doing the right things the right way. We want to foster a culture of honesty, integrity, and accountability. Our whistleblower programs offers a secure platform for you to report unsafe acts, any illegal activity, any violations, anything which you think is not correct. And trust me, on behalf of UMMS, I can assure you all that any such act, any illegal, any unethical, any immoral activity that you report to us will be thoroughly investigated and appropriate action will be taken. Please use our whistleblower program with confidence. We are using the best possible tools for training. to make learning simple, easy, and effective. These include electronic information displays. We know that people, the new generation nowadays, they don't like to read long books. They don't want to see long videos. So we are working on developing short, crisp, to the point videos, micro learning. We also have a dynamic online competency assessment system, and we have the 3D animated real life videos to help you adapt faster. We have the QHSE bonus system to encourage people. We have a system to encourage safe navigational practices by a rewarding system, and many, many more such motivational activities will follow in due course. We have equipped our vessels with Starlink for better connectivity with your families and with us, your second family. We deeply care for you and your well-being. That's how we provide a 24/7 medical support, along with the round and year medical insurance for both our crew and their families. Coming to the processes. So the trends that you all saw, in order to reverse the trend, we have started strengthening our processes with frequent SMS updates. But again, we don't want you all to be burdened with a lot of changes. So we try to keep it simple, concise, crisp, and brief. But we have to align with the DBMS and TMSS standards. We have to do regular risk assessments to make sure that we do not land up having injuries. We are doing random reviews of VDR, a random review of our passage plan, random reviews of our cargo plans, various safety campaigns on the focus areas being some you can see on the screen. And these steps show our commitment to improvement and safety. Fatalities in the shipping industry is a very, very worrying trend. And it is time to act decisively. You see, these are some of the stats from the industry. These stats, the one from the inter-manager, it says 31 people lost their lives in enclosed spaces alone in 2023. And there is a further sad stats to reveal that since 1996, there were 310 people who lost their lives in enclosed spaces, 224 seafarers, and 86 shore personnel in 197 incidents. Similar stats are available for the mooring-related injuries. So this is really worrying. And this is where we really need to act decisively. So taking inspiration from the Rio Tinto, we have identified 12 areas where there are chances of maximum number of fatalities. And we have developed clear action plan to prevent these fatalities. This is what we don't want. Safety is our top priority, and this program reflects our commitment to protecting the lives. We like to take part in every practice and programs in the industry, every best management practice that would help us to set high standards. This year, we have completed the bulk carrier safety management and quality audit by South 32, and we are looking forward in the next month for the Rio Tinto DUS office review, and soon we will have the right ship DBMS audit for our office. Like I said earlier, we believe in keeping things simple and not fancy. Our focus is on using practical tools to help our people work safely, efficiently, and happily. We believe that simplicity leads to better results and happier teams. So these are some of the tools, some of the methods that we are using to enhance our safety. Some more things that we have been providing, all with the same goal in the mind. So the aim is very clear. We want to go beyond just aiming for zero. We are looking for continuous improvement, which is never ending, and we are putting efforts to do that. So with this, I would like to conclude, but I would urge each one of you to give 1% extra effort every day. Just 1% extra. We cannot improve by doing the same things again and again. We need to change. Just 1% improvement, and theoretically, we can achieve 37.8% better results in just a matter of 1 year. If each of us put that 1% extra effort, we will see remarkable progress over time. Let's commit to this change. Let's be the change. There is a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, the great Gandhi. Be the change you want to see in the world. So let's be the change. May these words keep inspiring us to do better and better each day and make UMMS a great organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Satyendra. Thank you for the insight on QHSE and safety performance of UMS and where we want to go ahead and how we want to achieve it. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Steenland from Right Ship. Thank you. Thank you for coming here, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, there we go with the presentation. First of all, wonderful to be back to the UMMS team and to Vinay specifically. Thank you very much for including RightShip and myself in your event. Always a great opportunity to share, particularly following a very meaningful safety-oriented QHSE briefing, to have the opportunity to speak to the ship management team, to engage with the ship owners that thoughtfully put their vessels into your custody. But I'm primarily here today. I've accepted the invitation because of all the seafarers that are in the room today. And I have tried to put some meaningful thoughts into what I would like to present and hopefully what we can dialogue about over the next couple of days. So for those of you who sail, please engage with me during the breaks. Please seek me out if there are some of the things that I present today that you would like to speak more about. I will particularly focus on the RightShip safety score. We've made some changes to the mechanics, the methodologies of the safety score, but then I'll deep dive onto inspections in as much as the physical vessel inspection that we provide engages you as seafarers. And we are there continuously evolving and determining what we can do to support you, to be your consultants, to pass information to you that can help you on your safety journey. And I'll end up with a little bit of a comparison how UMMS is performing on right ship inspections compared to the industry. So for those of you who are not familiar with right ship, the 60-second pitch, we are a 24-year-old organization. And I'll also start today with a sad story, because essentially we were established because of a series of very tragic events that took place primarily off the coast of Western Australia. 6 dry bulk vessels went down, and they obviously lost all the cargo that was on board. They caused significant harm to the environment, but most importantly, almost 100 seafarers were lost in those 6 incidents over just a span of a year and a half. So as mining companies and cargo owners that were transporting their goods on dry bulk vessels, the 2 mining companies, BHP and Rio Tinto, essentially stopped themselves in their track and asked their own organizations, do we know enough? Do we have enough information to determine a safe vessel that we may charter versus one that could potentially be the 7th in that line of vessels going down? And obviously the answer was, we're really good at mining, but we don't know that much about the supply chain. And these 2 companies then established RightShip. 6 years into that journey, Cargill came along, and the 3 of them are equal 1/3 owners in RightShip. And I share that with you because we have a passion. I saw a lot of really, really meaningful targets that were around zero, that were around no, that were around not accepting harm to your seafarers, to the vessels that you have in your management and in custody, and obviously to the cargo and the environment. We live that every day, and majority of the people that work in RightShip are ex-seafarers. Those who conduct the physical inspections, many of them have had a seagoing experience, and many of my colleagues around the world who work in servicing you and contributing to your safety are ex-seafarers. So in other words, there's a lot of passion to help you safeguard yourself and become safer. So a couple of numbers just to start with. What are we all about? We function with the aim to provide transparency in the supply chain, and we do that as a digital platform that services the maritime industry. So essentially, we trade transparency, and we trade data that provides charterers, ports, terminals, insurers, ship owners, ship managers, and many others in the industry those insights. A lot of it is around the vet, where about 40,000 times a year a cargo owning charterer will come forward and ask us to do a data-based desktop exercise to determine whether one particular vessel is suitable for charter. And as you can see up here, about 60% of those are tankers, and 40%, 60% are dry bulk, and 40% are tankers. In doing that, we come across a lot of events, incidents of significance, and we've been introduced to the significance of fatalities, and we come across those almost daily, which is hard to work through, but also meaningful in as much as it gives us the opportunity to then converse with the parties that have been exposed to that event, learn from it, and share those learnings. I always say, in your case, you have currently 84 vessels under management. There is no doubt that nobody on earth knows those 84 vessels better than UMMS. You are world champion in your 84 vessels, and you see everything that goes on those. but you may not see, you may have not heard of incidents, events, accidents that have taken place on other vessels. And part of our credo that we work towards is knowledge sharing. So we aggregate all these events and make them available on the platform, engage in conversations with your organization to allow you to learn from negative events that others have felt the pain from, so that you can safeguard yourself, you can incorporate those learnings potentially into your SMS, and you can ensure that this never happens to you. This again is one of the tools that was mentioned, the dry BMS standard, the SMS audit that takes place over a 3-4 day period in your office will be based on significant amounts of shared learnings, where again we bring forward to you opportunities to strengthen your safety management system based on learnings that we make available to you from other companies. As you see here, we close out a significant number of PSC events, and also they go to inform the industry at large and provide benchmarks, so we can continuously see not only how are you tracking as UMMS compared to previous periods, but also how are you tracking compared to your industry peers, your competitors, and again do deep dives in that, so you can learn from those events. Moving forward, I'll talk a little about the safety score, and bear with me. It's just a couple of slides, and I particularly again addressing the seafarers in the room. This might not be as interesting to you as it could be to a ship owner or to the management company. But essentially, we introduced the safety score as it exists today in February of 2021. And it serves the purpose to provide comparable data that gives insights into a peer comparable safety performance, so that you will know as a management company how you compare at safety dimensions with other management companies. You will know how one vessel compares with other vessels, and importantly, ports and terminals that receive your vessels into their infrastructure will be able to use the mechanics of the safety score to understand a less safe vessel coming their way versus a more safe vessel. And there are many dimensions that one can deep dive on and find very specific information. So for instance, you talked about a line parting and losing a seafarer. So information like that would be instantly available to all the users of the platform. And if that were to have happened a week ago and that vessel was calling a port, the next port would know that that event has taken place, and would know potentially some services and safeguards they would need to take in that instance. And importantly, the safety score also functions to give transparency to the charterer, so that they can inform themselves which vessels that they would like to charter. We then made some changes, including what in data terminology is known as a retrain. So essentially in this spring, we reviewed the original data that the 2021 safety score release was based on, which was data from 2016 to 2020. And then the industry went to work using the safety score. Things then change from 1 day to 1 week to 1 month to 1 year to then several years. We were a little slow, and we have learned from being slow in making this safety score retrain. So one of the learnings for RightShip was we need to do this more often, so that the changes that come about as doing this are less drastic. But essentially what we did was we let the machine, if you like, learn from the difference in port state control development. You see the visualization here in the bottom essentially just shows examples where the data we originally used for the model from 2016 to 2020 for the Paris MOU, for the Tokyo MOU, and for the US Coast Guard changed over time, because some of them became more strict, some became more lenient, some had more findings, some had fewer findings. Incidents are never static, so those we also incorporated, and many other data points to then essentially set a new floor of benchmark that is in existence today. And that meant a moment in time that some vessels on the platform received a better safety score and some received a lower safety score. But going forward, we'll run these iterations every 6 months or so rather than space them out for more years. What we also did was we took the opportunity to change the incident weighting so that essentially the effect of a significant incident, and here we are talking fatality, major collision, major fire, that has a more significant impact on the safety score now than it used to have in the past. And we simply want to signal, just like you do through your QHSE communication, those type of events should never happen. And when they happen, we really need to accord significance to them so we are certain we learn from them. We also introduced a grace period. So from the time an incident takes place, and very heartening to register that UMMS is always volunteering as part of your transparency credo. You're always volunteering when an incident takes place, so we immediately can learn from it. But other companies are slower in doing that, or even try not to. But for those who do volunteer, we give, first of all, a 2-week grace period to do a root cause analysis. During that period, the safety score is not impacted. We know an event has taken place, we register it has taken place. If we vet the vessel, the charterer will be informed that we are going through the incident investigation, but the safety score will only be reduced after you submit the incident investigation closeout, or by the 14th day. And lastly, when you volunteer events, we give a acceleration of the reduction of the impact to the safety score equivalent to 40%. And why are we doing this? Essentially because we want to bring back the learnings again to the industry. So the moment we can learn from what has happened is the moment we enrich someone else somewhere in the industry, and potentially through that shared learning, we reduce the risk that this will happen to others. Then I'll shift a little bit to talk about the future. So this is current status, but we are making some changes to the future. Is it possible to not do the free trial down in the corner? Excuse me. You just, oh, thank you. It went away. Thanks. So we continuously learn, and we receive feedback from the industry, which we're always very grateful for. Part of that evolution that you will see come onto the platform soon is that we will give risk weightage to port state control findings. So what you have on the top left, those of you who sit close enough to the screen to be able to read this, are examples of really significant PSC findings that can have the potential to even lead to a detention of a vessel. In the bottom, you see some less weighty events, but that can still potentially be registered as just small findings, learning opportunities that PSC would flag. In the current scenario, we just count onto the impact of the safety score any PSC event. It has an equal weightage, and we don't believe that that's appropriate. So this is one of these moments in time where we are putting AI to use, in as much as the AI can go through far more data far faster than we humans can. So we are using AI to aid us in making a differentiation of all these thousands of PSC findings, tens of thousands as it were, that get registered every year, and sort them in high, medium, and low risk impact, so that there is a grading of the high impact, high risk impact events having a larger impact on the safety score than those who are less likely to lead to a significant event. So this follows essentially the same methodology that you saw before with a bifurcation of small learning events versus real risk. So that's coming to you soon. Now I'll shift and speak for a while about inspections. So first of all, maybe to wake up the room a little bit, show of hands, how many of you who currently sail in the fleet have experienced a RightShip inspection? No one has done a RightShip inspection? 1, 2, 4? All right, lots of you, that's good. Hopefully some of what I'll share now will appeal to you and will be meaningful for you. So first of all, the RightShip inspection exists, again, to add to transparency. We do this because you operate in a risky environment and you have a very clear methodology of robustness that you on your own apply onto your vessels. We are there to support that journey. To a very large extent, we come on board as your consultants to help you see in a structured manner based on 350 fixed data points what you may not necessarily fully see yourself when you are embedded on a vessel for a long period of time. So we are your extended arm, and we are absolutely there to help share with you some of the things we have seen also on other vessels and give you learning opportunities for that. So why would a RightShip inspection be useful? First of all, as you'll go through when you do your dry BMS audit, obviously you will always try your level best to have a significant and meaningful safety management system. Part of the onboard vessel inspection is a validation that in operation on the individual vessel with the individual seafarer, the safety management system is brought to life. So this is a validation to demonstrate that the learnings that were intended to find their way into each seafarer are indeed applied and help keep you and the vessel safe. We have a mix of regulatory based topics that we are looking at and we are conversing with you about when we are on board, but we also bring best practices that you have the opportunity to learn from. And what are then the triggers for a RightShip inspection? And I'll now talk about what they are now, and then later in the presentation, I'll give a little insight into how they will change going forward. So today, when a vessel, a dry bulk vessel turns 14 years old, in order to retain her safety score of 3, 4, or 5, we require the vessel to be inspected once a year, assuming the inspection will lead to a 12 months validity. Other reasons could be if you have had a very significant, in our terminology, category A event, so a fatality on board, a major collision, or other similar events. If you have had a significant port state control finding with serious detentions, often we see that that is a precursor to other things not being well on the vessel, and we then require to go on board. You can call us out as a management company, and we can help support you, which happens often in times of change of management of a vessel, and at times a charterer will require an owner and a manager to bring a vessel forward for inspection. So those are the trigger points for an inspection to take place. The industry keeps evolving and we all keep learning, and those learnings we incorporate dynamically into the RISQ standard. And these are just a number of examples of recent updates. The fact that we will see future fuels be different from the ones that we are using. evolve and update based on industry changes and based on input from users of the standard. So I always say that the best way to express oneself is less so with words and more with pictures. Every time we do an inspection, we leave a comprehensive report, and as part of that report, we ensure that photographic evidence, where that is relevant, is incorporated into the report. And these are just some examples, not from UMMS vessels, I should stress, but these are some undesirable examples of inspections that we have conducted that did not yield particularly good results in those areas you see evidence of up here. And obviously, good examples of how you would want to ensure none of your vessels appear visually. So when we plan for an inspection and when the inspector shows up, these are some of the opportunities of working together that we always encourage. Prepare well and understand the RISQ standard before the inspection takes place. Ensure that in the opening meetings, you as the seafarers that will be part of that particular inspection, engage actively with the inspectors. Ask them questions. Lead them to areas where you would like support. They are not there to penalize you and to come up with punitive events. They are there to help support your journey and safeguard the vessel going forward. And of course, you do spend almost 2 days together. So it's a great opportunity to tap into all the experience that these inspectors have. They do this every day, day in and day out, week in and week out, and have a great desire to share with you. I want to stress also that if a inspector walks off a ship and has 0 findings, he's done a great job, and the vessel is obviously of the highest standard. If he walks away off the ship with, let's say, 50 findings, he's also done a good job, and this vessel is more likely to be in need of significant oversight and tender loving care. The inspector is never instructed to walk off with findings. The findings will come as a means of comparing the actual status of the vessel to the RISQ standard. And then it's not for the inspector, it is for our shore-based teams in Houston, in Melbourne, and in London to do the actual assessment of whether each of these recordings, each of the findings are of high, of medium, or of low risk. And that aggregates into whether the vessel gets a 12 months validity period before the next inspection needs to be done, or lower, or don't pass. And we do have about 4% of the inspections that we historically run that result, unfortunately, in an unacceptable inspection, where then the safety score remains suppressed to a safety score 2 until the vessel is prepared and ready for a re-inspection and can pass that inspection. And these are then, on the positive side, some of the great examples we see when vessels have been well prepared and when safety is lived to its fullest. So it's very much possible, and these are not necessarily young vessels. We at times walk off ships that are 5-6 years old and they don't pass an inspection. We walk off vessels that are beyond 20 years old and they pass with flying colors. So it's really not age that's the biggest determinant factor. It is a factor, and I'll come to that now, but it is the care of the ship management company and of course the agreement with the ship owner of how well to continue to invest in the upkeep of the vessel that is key here. So if you're not using it already, I'd like to encourage you to visit the RightShip website. We have 11 micro-learning videos sitting for free use out there that all describe the RightShip inspection, all the way from what documents you need to prepare and how, and then all the way to how you close out the inspection once it's done. And every step along the way, you have 2, 3, 4 minute small videos that are really useful, particularly for first-time crew and people who haven't been involved in the preparation up to an inspection. Right. If we look a little bit into the future, we announced in October that we will do a change to the age trigger. Again, as we stand here today, the age trigger is 14 years old. It's mandatory to have an inspection if a safety score of 3, 4, or 5 is to be had. We are changing that to all the way down to 10 years in the span of a number of years. So we made an announcement in early October that we intend to go ahead with this, and have since then engaged in a lot of industry consultancy with ship managers, with owners, and with a lot of associations like UGS, ICS, Intercargo, and many others. And that has informed us to make some rational changes that I'll talk about on the next slides here. But why do this in the first place? If we look at number of incidents in the gas industry, in the tanker industry, and in the dry bulk industry, then dry bulk is triggering significantly more incidents than the two others. It's even more pronounced if we look at fatalities. We have about twice as many fatalities in dry bulk than we do in the tanker industry, and the factor is far more significant if we compare with gas carriers. And PSC detention rates are 3 to 4 times higher than about 4 times higher than in the tanker industry. And obviously, a port state control detention is a very significant event. If we look at 2023, then 3,200 man days were lost just on dry bulk vessels to PSC detentions, and 4,200 man days were lost on general cargo vessels. So if we assume a day rate of just $10,000 per vessel, just the day rate, the charter rate, that's equal to an economic value destruction of $75 million. On top of that, of course, comes a tarnished name in the industry, significant legal implications, the potential to have to spend significantly on bunkers to catch up, because about 4 to 5 days on average has been lost, and many other factors, including potentially a terminal that gets a vessel to sit there, blocking their ability to operate for an extended period of time. So there is really good reason to try to avoid this, and we have very good evidence in the data of the vessel that have been inspected that an inspection has the potential to lead to fewer detentions. So if we look at the gray bars up here represent the tanker industry that of course inspects vessels right from they come out of the shipyard. The black bars represent dry bulk vessels that have not been RightShip inspected, and the orange bars represent vessels that have been RightShip inspected and have passed with a minimum of 9 months of validity. And as you can see clearly, there's almost a solid correlation between the tanker vessel that gets regularly inspected and the dry bulk vessel that has had a good right ship inspection. These are from your left to right vessels from 14 years and up. So it gives us evidence and it gives us hope that there is meaning to continue these inspections. What we are then doing going forward is that we will start to inspect vessels that are 13 years old from the end of March next year. So we'll move the goalpost from 14 to 13. And then 6 months later, we will introduce the mandatory inspection for the 12-year-old vessel. We'll give then a 9-month period before we introduce it for the 11-year-old vessel, and by early 2027, the 10-year-old vessel will also need to be inspected. We are pulling these further away from each other than what we had originally announced. Initially, we said we would engage both the 13 and the 12-year-old vessel come March of next year. And again, good industry feedback has been that it simply, particularly for large management companies, might be too many vessels to prepare, to invest in, and to bring forward over that period of 6 months as it would have been. So we listened well to the industry and said, good, let's push the 12-year-old vessel to come later. And what we will also introduce is some incentives that, for instance, for the 13-year-old vessel, when we, if someone would like to inspect it a little bit earlier, let's say in January and February, rather than wait until end of March, then we will reduce our inspection fees simply to give a financial incentive and give owners the possibility to spread the inspection out a little bit. After a vessel has been inspected, we will move away from having sort of a very hard deadline that you must present your vessel for inspection exactly as not later than when the current validity expires. And we will provide a flexibility of up to 3 months after that, where, again, in the spirit of complete transparency, if that vessel has not been inspected and a charterer asks for a vet, the charterer will see a failure on that data point. So it's transparent to the charterer that the vessel hasn't been inspected. But we are doing this because, of course, many vessels do not, by the charterer, necessarily need an inspection while she is on a long-term charter. So there's no reason to provoke a very hard discussion about that. That can just be a bilateral agreement between the charterer and the owner and the manager at that moment in time, rather than RightShip forcing that onto the industry. So full transparency. We will come with more communication about that once we have finished with our industry dialogue, but this is just a precursor to what you'll see in the press and how we will engage you individually. Then if we look at UMMS, then your inspection performance, you've had 13 inspections this calendar year so far. And your average findings have been 23 findings on each vessel. Your significant standouts is around Holland superstructure, hatch covers, lifting appliances, and mooring. I'm of course leaving the UMMS team with the presentation because there's a lot of data behind this. Lot more here that is not useful to go through now, but essentially all this is available to you. You know how you perform, and where you perform compared to industry is actually you match the industry today. So you are average. The industry also has 23, almost 24 findings, and that's factual. That's based on the 2,732 inspections we have done so far this calendar year, which essentially means your ambitions, very clearly articulated this morning, is to improve, that you want to outperform the industry, and that appears to then require some more focus on the safety aspects that get fleshed out in the RightShip inspection. The last appeal I just want to provide transparency about is when you plan for an inspection and when you call for our services, you can do that in three different ways. The traditional way is that an inspector comes on board and does the job. That takes normally around 14 hours. You can also choose to ask for 2 inspectors who will then divide the vessel. Typically, one will do engine room and one will do deck. And that will then be a far faster event. Or you can choose what we call the hybrid inspection, where you preload some time ahead of the physical inspection. You preload your main certificates and documentation so that that's available for us to have a desktop oversight of, so we avoid all that time that typically is being spent on a physical, please show me your this certificate and that certificate, and we can just do a very small sampling, which then should reduce also the inspection by a number of hours. So I can only encourage that, depending on where you plan to do an inspection and what your schedule is like, what other work will take place while you're in port, you have this optionality of reducing time and making it more focused. That is the end, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if any of you have something you would like to ask me now, and if not, then I'm going to be around and will be happily engaging with you during the day. Gone? No questions? All right, thank you then.
Thank you, Mr. Steen. Thank you so much for the information shared, which is very useful for us. And we will continue to work towards a better score, achieving a better score and reducing the number of findings as per the numbers you have shared with us. So we'll take a short break now. We'll take a 15 minutes break and have a interactive. We can interact with us. All of you feel free to interact. And we have a lot of people from Union Marine, from the technical and operations. So you can interact with us. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Hi. Listen, you guys have to be a little bit more, you have to have a little bit more energy. Did you understand everything that the last 2 presentations portrayed? And what do we need to do? Improve. Very good. But how? Sorry? Engage. Yeah, be involved. Many of you have been here with us for many years. I do not think that we have a lot of new entrants now. We have more or less stabilized. Many of you, of course, would get new people coming on board. And as I said, the industry wants us tomorrow to be ready for new challenges. And here we are struggling for the basic seamanship. We are struggling to keep our lifeboats secured. We are struggling to keep our pilot ladders secured. We are struggling to make sure that we have our LSA FFA equipment secured. And this is concerning. We see more and more PSC deficiencies. I mean, if we drill down towards the PSC deficiencies that Captain Sateen mentioned, and the inspections, that right ship inspections, where what Steen has shown, majority of these deficiencies would relate to basic seamanship, which would be not so difficult if we have focus in whatever we are doing. Kindly remember, there is no routine task on board our ships. We have to be focused in whatever we are doing. And I totally understand that you guys are working in a very difficult environment. We do not dispute that. Away from families, away from your home, 24/7. But this is the type of job that we all volunteered for. We cannot be seen relaxed in whatever we are doing. Basic seamanship cannot be compensated with anything. Recently, we had an inspection. The lifeboat hook was not secured. Does it, does it not ring a bell into your mind what that lifeboat is doing? That lifeboat is for you. Other people from other ships are not going to come and use it. Imagine someone going there for maintenance, the hook not secured. Do you think that you would remain alive, or somebody on your ship would remain alive if that boat goes down? We still see pilot ladders not maintained properly, not indented at the right time, and all these things create a huge dent in the trust that the owner has on us. We are the ambassadors of the ship owner. We have a huge responsibility towards maintaining the owner's asset, as well as the responsibility of maintaining a reputation that we have created for ourselves. It is nice to hear that we are transparent, but it is nice to be transparent when we are clothed. We have to wear clothes and then open curtains. On some occasions, we are transparent without our clothes on. It could be a matter of little bit of smiling, but trust me, it is not funny. It is very hard for us sometimes to explain to an owner why our people were not clothed when we were pulling the drapes. It is very important. People who live in glass houses do not change clothes in the open. We are living in glass houses. We are living in an era where communication or information is available for everyone, to the owner, to the charterers, to their customers, to the flag, to the owner, everybody, yeah. And therefore, whatever we are showing here is a testament of whatever you are doing, good and bad. Everything is not bad, but everything can be better. Everything can be much better by just, additional 1%, 2% additional effort, as Satyen said. Some more effort, some more work, and towards the basic seamanship. We understand some of the vessels that we have today are slightly older vessels. But old or new, as Steen rightly says, there are ships that are 20-year-old and well maintained, and there are ships that are 5-year-old and not maintained. So, guys, we would need your kind support, your kind focus in whatever you are doing. Each one of you hold a very important role in running this organization. We have come a long way from where we were. We, as I mentioned, we had 7 people sitting in this room in 2013. We have over 150 people sitting here today. We have a huge responsibility towards the industry now. None of us here is incapable. None of us here is incompetent. Everybody knows their job. The problem is application. The problem is putting the right mindset whenever you are doing something. Imagine our customers sitting here, and the results that we have, does it not embarrass us? It is embarrassing, little bit. So, as I said, I really appreciate your hard work, your dedication, your efforts that you are putting in, and all that I request is little bit more, that extra bit, and that would make the difference. Can I have your confirmation that you would, when you go back to the ships, that you would put in more effort, please? Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, we'll proceed for a tea break and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes from now. All right, everyone, we'll be starting in another 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Abhishek. All right, everyone, please take your seats. We're going to start now. Abhishek, is everyone ready there? All are inside. Okay, for our next presentation, I would like to call Mr. Oliver from DNV. from DNV. He'll be presenting his insights on the future of shipping.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to UMMS for inviting DNV and allowing us to give our take on what we believe the future might be made for shipping. I see a lot of very young faces in the room, and I think it's good to have an idea how you can upskill yourself, to what you can prepare, what you can learn, so that your competence do not become obsolete over time. We see that, of course, in the future, decarbonization will be a big part in shipping, and with that, crew and the skills of crew will be an issue. So if you upskill yourself to be competent with the right fuels, this will be an advantage to you, clearly. So as I mentioned, the future will mainly be the topic of decarbonization. If we look at the current fleet, there is 93% of the worldwide fleet sailing on conventional fuel, so only 8% with alternative fuels. If we fast forward to the future, looking at the order book, we see that half of the order book is made of alternative fuels, which is a very good uptake. You see here the S-curve shape of the adoption. Among this 50% of alternative fuel, 36% is LNG. So LNG is playing the major part. The second one being, of course, methanol with 10%. However, the adoption is not the same for all ship types. So here you're mainly operating on bulk areas, but the best student in class so far has been the container ship industry, with over 500 vessels operating on alternative fuels, so most of them being LNG. The second best performing segment in percentage is actually ro-ro vessels, because you have a fewer number of ro-ro vessels. And if we have a look into details of the best performing ship type in the industry, the container ship industry, we see in the upper part, based on number of ships, and in the lower part, based on TEU, that still 97% of the vessels are operating on conventional fuel. And if we look in the future, 2/3 of them have been ordered with alternative fuel. When we compare with the same numbers based on TEU, we see that it's actually 75% of all vessels which have been ordered with alternative fuels, which means that the largest vessels are ordered nowadays with alternative fuels. Nonetheless, when all these vessels will be delivered, we need to keep in mind that nowadays 20% of the sailing fleet is in the order book. So the order book represents 20% of everything which is sailing around the world. Nonetheless, when all these vessels will be delivered, we will have only 10% of the worldwide fleet container vessels sailing on alternative fuel. So while the uptake in alternative fuel is important to decarbonize shipping, it will not be sufficient to fully decarbonize shipping within 2050. It is taking off, but it's not sufficient. Here, we have a forecast of the total supply of carbon neutral fuels for all sectors in the years ahead. And we can see that we expect the world to provide about 70 million tons of carbon neutral fuels in 2030. However, shipping might need about a bit short of 50 million tons in the maximum scenario of this carbon neutral fuel. As Captain Satender mentioned before, shipping represents only 3% of the global energy use. Therefore, it is unrealistic to expect that all the carbon neutral fuels will be allocated to shipping. So shipping will not be able to rely on carbon neutral fuels only in the years ahead. Another factor is that even when ships are built to operate on alternative fuels, they do not operate nowadays on alternative fuels 100% of the time. So here you can see the DCS reported data for 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 in dark orange. And in light orange, you can see the maximum amount of methanol that could have been burned by ships being able to operate on methanol. So we were a bit short of 100,000 tons of methanol in 2020, which was a peak, while in 2023, we have a fleet able to run a bit short of 400,000 tons of methanol. And if we look forward in the future, with the order book currently being in the shipyard, delivered in 2027, we can see that we will have a capacity of 8 million tons of methanol, 80 times what has been burned in 2022. Question is, of course, will the world be able to provide such an amount of green methanol? And as we forecast in our maritime forecast to 2050, 2024 edition, that I encourage you to have a look at, we estimate in 2028, in the high-end case scenario, that the world will be able to provide a bit more than 5 million tons of methanol, compared to the 8 million tons that the fleet will be able to burn. We see again that there's a shortage of green fuels for the shipping industry. Therefore, what are the owners doing at the moment? The owners we talk to, they focus very much on efficiency, fuel efficiency measures. We estimate that the fuel efficiency measures could save up to 16% of the emissions by 2030. So we see, of course, the easy measures, such as the silicone paint, which is being adopted widely in the industry. But we start to see some more capex intensive measures, such as the sales that we've seen on a significant number of bulk carriers. We were talking with one of our customers who retrofitted some vessels, some bulk carriers with sails, and they confirmed between 10 and 20% fuel savings on board the vessels for the ones fitting with sails. However, with a caveat that they were not always benefiting from this percentage, because the ships will need to modify their route. They will need to optimize the amount of days where you catch good winds. And they were mentioning that when the rates are good, it is more important to arrive on time rather than to save fuel. However, it is an edge in the future. In case the charter rates decrease, then they would be able to save fuel, so they would have a bit more diverse vessels. We've seen as well a lot of bow retrofits. So the ships were designed, the 15, 20 years old vessel, 12, 10 years old vessels even, were designed to run with different speeds. So now that the speeds have been lowered, we see a lot of bow retrofits, change of propeller, even the very small gains, such as the bow thruster grids, which have a significant impact on the drag of the vessel, which are being studied to see whether this can be improved. Another measure which is coming as well is shore power. It will become mandatory for some type of ships in the near future, with the idea that using the electricity generated from a diesel generator on board is less efficient on a CO2 saving perspective compared to using the electricity of the grid. So here, if you look at it, we estimate that burning electricity, fuel on the diesel generator to generate electricity would produce about 725 grams of CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour, while it would generate only 582 in China, 401 in the US, 324 in the EU, and 32 in Norway, which is the best performing country in this regard. However, it would not be efficient to use electricity to produce electrofuels, for the simple reason that we would only use to produce 1 kilowatt hour, we would need total electricity input of 4.46 kilowatt hour. Therefore, this is not the way forward. But the way forward is definitively to use shore power instead of using diesel generator on board your vessels. So it will become mandatory for the cruise industry and for the container ship industry in the years ahead. And it is expected that it will be extended to the other cargo ship types. So what we've been trying to do in our 2024 edition of the Maritime Forecast is to forecast the future. A question we have been asked very frequently, of course, is which fuel we shall plan on for the future. So we tried to plan a different scenario in our 24 editions. We've presented 4 different scenarios. 2 of them are here, 2 of them are in the next slides. The one on the left, where bio and fossil fuel with CCS will be available in abundance, and how this pencils out towards 2050. A second one where methanol will be in abundance in the years ahead. And then 2 other ones where ammonia is available in abundance and hydrogen is available. Without going into details, what we can observe in all the 4 scenarios is that CCS is taking a significant part of the fuel mix towards 2050. Between 15 and 25%, depending on the scenario. And that it is not taking off now. Here you see the years ahead. It starts with 2024, ends with 2050. So CCS, for example, in the ammonia case scenario, mid-2030s, we see an uptake in CCS, same for hydrogen, and same for the previous ones you were seeing here, mid-2030s, and here again, mid-2030s, CCS taking a significant role in decarbonizing shipping. The other, of course, the other common aspect is that the carbon fuel will fade off over time, being replaced by one of the 4 fuels that we estimate will be in abundance towards 2050. If we look at CCS into more details, because it seems to be promising in the years ahead, we see that there's currently not sufficient capacity to store the CO2 that is gathered on board the vessel permanently. Because one of the requirements from the regulations, so far there's only EU which have these requirements via DCS, via IMO, MRV and EU ETS, that the carbon that is captured on board your vessel will need to be stored permanently. And therefore, it makes sense to look at the capacity worldwide to store CCS permanently. And we see that in 2030, it will not be there. We see a significant uptick in projects related to carbon capture and storage. With 2024, the number of projects has increased by 60% compared to 2023. So there is definitively an uptick. However, it is not expected to be there in the mid-2030s. Another problem with CCS, as I mentioned, is that you will need to account for the storage costs. So you have your vessel burning fossil fuel. You have a fuel penalty due to the fact that you need to run your CCS system. To that, you capture an amount of CO2, depending on the system. And to that, you will need on top to account for the CO2 storage cost once you have delivered your CO2 on shore. Therefore, the systems that we've seen on board nowadays, so we've had retrofit projects, CCS retrofit projects in our fleet, mainly on container vessels, with about 10 vessels, container vessels being retrofitted with CCS systems. We've had 1 RoRo, we've had 1 LPG as well, and 1 general cargo vessels so far. The problem is that these vessels are not yet able to benefit from discounts in DCS or in Fuel EU or in EU ETS because they are not able to demonstrate that the CO2 that they deliver on shore will be stored in a permanent manner. Therefore, the CCS systems will need to improve. Nowadays, we see systems which have about 10% fuel penalty. This will need to improve if we want to have the financial case for the CCS systems. We see CO2 capture rates of about 20%, 20, 30%. We need to improve until to 60, 70% if we want the business case to be viable. And we will need to minimize the space on board. So when we compare to onshore, on the container vessel, for example, both the cargo space in hold and on deck is used. Therefore, it imposes some requirements on the CCS systems. So we've made several studies actually with regard to CCS that you can access on our website. Here's a link to one of them. And we've seen in our studies, as I mentioned, that nowadays we could capture between 11 and 38% of CO2 based on the level of capex that you're ready to invest. Depending, so the CCS will need heat from your boiler, depending on how much heat you have available in your boiler, will dictate how much fuel penalty you will have to pay, how much room you have on your auxiliary engines to fuel the CCS system. This will dictate the capex that you have with the options that you have when you think of converting a vessel. Another way that we see potential for the worldwide fleet to save with regard to decarbonization is to pooling ships. Because as you know, FuelEU Maritime offers the possibility to pool ships with each other. And what we've noticed is that the ships which are operating on alternative fuels or which are burning biofuels will have an interest to pool with vessels that are sailing on conventional fuel in order to reduce costs. We visited one customer last week. We just had last year and this year container vessels operating on methanol being delivered. And based on the data that they were seeing with regard to the methanol consumption, they've made the calculations and see that they will not have a single problem to fulfill FuelEU Maritime due to these vessels on methanol, and they are building business case to sell tickets to enter the pool with their vessels to other owners. We've made a case, a study on one of our customer to see whether it will be better to pay the FuelEU Maritime penalty or to burn biofuels. So we took one concrete example. So in this case, it was a 10 years old chemical tanker. And we had a look at what it was burning in the EU. So it was burning 1,427 tons of HFO in the EU in 2023, 414 tons of MGO in 2023. And based on this data, how it would perform with FuelEU Maritimes in the years ahead. We've considered different case scenario. First case using LFO only. Second case using biofuel plus FAME to the maximum quantity for the vessel. And third case using just enough biofuel to be compliant with FuelEU Maritime, and see how each would perform from a financial perspective. So here, the first case with HFO, the intensity of the fuel will be 91.6 gram of CO2 equivalent per megajoule. For MGO, 90.63. For LSFO, 91.25. And now for biofuel, so we've taken two different cases. The first one is a theoretical, the worst case scenario, if I may say, because in order to qualify as a biofuel, you need to have a 65% reduction compared to the equivalent fuel. So the 34.21 is the 65% reduction compared to the equivalent fuel. So it's the minimum biofuels that would be available on the market to benefit from a regulatory perspective. And the other one is one fuel that we found available on the market, which you can see the intensity being significantly better with 20.11. And based on this data, we've calculated the penalty and the cost of running the vessel on biofuels. So in the first case, you can see that the penalty would be about 100,000 if you operate on HFO plus MGO. If you operate on LFO, it would be 93,000 roundabout. And if you operate on biofuel, you see the energy intensity being significantly lower. And therefore, if you consider, so this is the tricky part here, is to know how much more expensive would be a biofuel compared to a normal fuel. Right now, I was checking again yesterday, it is still within an acceptable level. We expect in the years ahead that the price will increase significantly. Therefore, the first movers will very likely have an advantage if they use biofuel. Here we've considered a 200 euros penalty on the cost of biofuel. And you can see that if you burn only biofuel, it would cost you 378,000 euros more than operating on the conventional fuel. However, you would be able to pool 7 and 8 vessels. Therefore, instead of having 700,000 euros to pay here, you will only pay half, more or less. Then you need to check, of course, how much fuel penalty you pay for the biofuel. This is the important part. And looking at the second part, the biofuels that we found on the market, you'd be able to pool nearly 10 vessels. So very, very, very interesting. And the last case of using just enough biofuel not to pay the penalty, here would be the amount of biofuel that you will need to buy. So again, we think that in the short term, at the beginning of 2025, operating vessels on biofuel would be the way forward, would save you with regard to fuel maritime. So having a general overview about decarbonization and the costs of decarbonization, we've seen there's a cost, EU ETS, fuel maritime. IMO is expected to put a cost on CO2. There are debates with regard to the price, $100, $150. Some countries which do not want at all to see a price on CO2 emissions. So it is still in discussions. However, it is expected to come in one form or the other. So therefore, we expect an increase in the cost of operating your vessels. And here is what you expect. So towards 2050, nearly doubling the cost of operating a container vessel due to the cost of decarbonizing your fleet. So these are the main takeaways of our maritime forecast to 2050. So as I mentioned, half of the ordered tonnage can use alternative fuels nowadays. We expect this to increase in the years ahead. We see the talks that we have with all our ship owners, at least in the container ship industry, are about alternative fuels. It's not whether to operate on alternative fuel, but it's which alternative fuel. So for the crew members here, I think whether you train on LNG, whether you have skills on methanol or on ammonia, you will gain in the long term because these fuels, when ordered, will be here for the years ahead. We see that there are currently about 33% of the fleet which is 15 years old and over. On the bulk carriers fleet, it's 9% over 20 years old and about 22% above 15 years old. So there's a need to replace the fleet. These will be replaced in part by vessels running on alternative fuels. These vessels will be on the seas for 20, 25 years. And if you have the competencies to work on both those vessels, you will have a differentiator clearly in the industry. Another takeaway, of course, is that shore power will become mandatory and will be in use and is expected to reduce the emissions created by shipping by up to 7%. The energy efficiency measures are being adopted at the moment. especially for ship types like bulk carriers, like tankers, who do not order necessarily on alternative fuels. And we expect a 16% savings by 2030. CCS will play a major part in the role in the years ahead. It is so there are systems that are already available on the market. The systems will have to mature. They are relatively easy to operate by the crew, from what we've heard from the container liners who installed these systems on board the vessels. The regulations are there with regard to the EU. They are being developed with regard to the IMO. So the LCA guidelines have a group tasked to work on implementing a provision to discount your your CO2 emissions if you have a CCS implemented on board. So the regulation in there, the systems are there, and we expect this to grow significantly by mid 2030s. And there will be a cost, of course, of decarbonizing shipping. A cost when you order a ship running on alternative fuel, a cost due to the price that is being put on carbon. Additional processes, you know it, the crew. You have difficulties in reporting your DCS data, reporting your IMO MRV, the EU MRV data. You are purchasing software systems. I mean, we know because we are providing some of those services, and this will have a significant cost for the industry, going up to double the cost for container vessel towards 2050. And one way of reducing part of this cost, to offset part of this cost, is to pool your vessels with the most efficient vessels in the fleet, the ones being ordered on alternative fuels. So you don't need to necessarily only have a fuel ships running on alternative fuels, but pooling your conventional vessels with the one running on alternative fuels will help you save cost on the long run. So what should ship owner do? Of course, reduce energy consumption now. Look at the easy fixes, such as the one I mentioned with regard to the bow thrusters. Sometimes just shifting the grillage of the bow thrusters inward would help at reducing your drag. Just 1% savings, but 1% savings for a very minor cost is definitively an option to consider. More significant cost as well, such as a bow retrofit, such as a propeller retrofit. Silicone paint, of course, is a no-brainer. Then consider all the possible decarbonization options, including CCS. So we are running for quite some companies a decarbonization strategy, checking for one very specific pool of ships, what could be the best measures to decarbonize the fleet, not only one vessel, but the entire fleet, to minimize the cost of decarbonization for the fleet. Have a focus on fuel flexibility. So this is important. We've seen in the container ship industry some players making a huge bet on only one fuel, this one fuel being methanol, and this has consequences. So the container ship industry has now a need to sell carbon neutral slots on board the vessels. They have been asking us to certify their book and claim, showing to the IKEA, to the Kuehne and Nagel, that they have a certain amount of CO2 free slots on board the vessel, and they are selling them with a premium on board the vessels. And right now, there are only two shipping companies who are able to do this in the container industry. It's CMA CGM and it's MSC, because some of the players were betting on methanol, for example, and do not have the slots available to run CO2 neutrals vessel on the big routes, and therefore losing part of their market share to the two candidates, to two players being able to do that. And this will remain until 2028, because we all know that the shipyards are congested at the moment. The prices are very high. If you get slots, it's for late 2027, 2028. So for the next 2-3 years, these two companies will be able to eat the market share of the others. So being fuel flexible is very important in the future. And consider long-term fuel strategy, of course. This is how we can support, DNV can support you along the way, looking at how you can reduce the fuel consumption today with the fleet that you have. To evaluate, as I mentioned, the decarbonization options for your entire fleet, to check how you can achieve fuel flexibility based on your new building programs that you have in the years ahead, or the retrofit program that you might want to implement to retrofit some of your vessels. And we can partner you all along the way from the decision making until the execution when you decide to convert your vessel or proceed with new buildings. That's it from our end. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot. Thank you very much. No question?
Thank you, Olivier. No questions from you. May I ask the audience if they have understood? Okay? Yes or no? My God. Okay. Because for me, I think I need to check. How many of you understand? You know, sorry, I have to run a small quiz here. Do you understand all the acronyms that were used in the presentation? Yes. You want to say something? Okay, while he says, how many of you understand what is the full form of CCU or CCS? What is CCS? Guys, you understood everything, right? There was a lot of discussion on CCS.
Sir, I'm from the deck department and I want to know the meaning of CCS.
Very good. So
Yes.
then we are on the same page, right?
Yes, sir.
But everybody
It
understands.
is here.
with-
It is here in my notes.
No, very
I
good,
want to
very good.
ask.
Saburo, I know you. I know Saburo. You want to ask, and I totally understand. But you know, everybody here said that they know. So I would like to ask someone here to tell me what is, and do not Google. Okay. You know, I'm a different. I was born way before internet came in, and many of you understand LOL, ROFL. I mean, I do not understand these words. Okay, I understand laughing out loud. I do not understand LOL. Okay, but this is the new world where we live in. So we need to understand these acronyms. So very quickly, without Googling, what does CCS stand? Whosoever can tell me, first of all.
Carbon capture storage.
Very good. Carbon capture storage. Okay, very good. And what does CCUS stand for? Anybody CCUS? So carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So you also utilize of carbon, but that's another matter. I'll not go into that. And everybody else understands the regulation, fuel EU maritime. Does everybody understand the new requirement that is coming in? I just want to understand that you guys understand. Because unless and until you understand, whatever Olivier had to say, I mean, you know, it would all be a waste. His presentation was really awesome, very condensed and very nice. But you guys have to understand it. Does everybody understand what does Fuel EU Maritime stand for, or what do they say? What do we need to do? Everybody said yes, they understood. So I want to understand now. Don't be shy. I would be more than happy to hear you guys and confirm that you understood. Because regulations are coming in very quickly. Same time last year we were discussing EU ETS. Same time this year we are discussing fuel EU maritime. In a couple of years we will be discussing something else. So fuel EU maritime. The youngsters. You understand? Don't be shy. It's fine. Your name, Lopez.
Yes, sir. For the engineer Lopez.
Do you understand?
I understand a few subjects such as the requirement for decarbonization of these upcoming vessels, and it's requirements, the upcoming requirements, sir.
Very good. Keep standing. What is the requirement? I know there's a new requirement coming in. I am asking what is the new requirement?
That new built vessels should be like it must be using methanol or biofuels or as much as possible, sir.
Okay. First and foremost, it is applicable to all the ships. And the requirement is that you need to use or you need to control the emission of CO2 per kilowatt of power that you are producing on the ship. So it is not about the type of fuel that you use. It is about the emission that you have to control. So a lot of things here that are little bit unclear, maybe even from regulators' perspective. So I do not want to get into that. But please understand that going forward, more and more, more and more vessels would come out with non-conventional fuel. You would be probably using biofuel more and more, and the reason for that could be clearer, would become clearer by the day. But you should understand the reason, understand the process of using the biofuel, and everything else I think is more related to the regulation and to follow the regulation. Okay, all right. So please ask more questions to Olivier. He is there. You should ask questions rather than yes.
Sir Oliver, if we can capture the carbon and put in our storage system, where can we dispose this? And how will it the procedures on our for the part of us seafarers? Thank you.
Yeah. So far, this is the issue about carbon capture and storage. Sorry, I should have mentioned what you meant. Not that you think it's a Chinese classification society. Would be embarrassing for me. So the problem is that it is not certified as of today. There's no way to certify the fact that it will be permanently stored, meaning put back into the earth via well. So you have different providers. One of them, a startup, is kind of providing you with a CO2 battery solutions that you exchange imports. However, this CO2 is then reused, is used in some other industries, such, for example, as the farming houses where they use CO2. And so far, neither the IMO nor the EU has accepted this use as acceptable to offset your CO2 emissions. So it will need to be permanently stored in the ground. Did I answer your question? Thanks.
Hello, sir. About shore power, I'm Captain Monsales, sir, from the bulk. So I just asked question about the shore power, sir, when this will be mandatory for all ships, or it will be mandatory.
So for bulk carriers, are you on a bulk carrier?
Yes, sir, bulk. Yeah.
You don't have to carry to preoccupy about this right now.
Okay.
So it
Thank
will
you.
be for, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Permanently in the ground. What does it mean?
The oil companies, the Shell, the Total, the Petronas, they are pumping oil out of the soil, and they will put back CO2 inside. This is what it means, basically. And right now, you have most of the projects in the US, in Europe, in Norway. But you have very few in Asia. Japan and Australia having a couple of projects developing. But so far, you would have the problem here that you cannot offload it without having to transport it to Europe or to the US.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Oliver.
Feel free
Thank
to
you.
reach out during the break with your question if you have. Thanks.
Okay, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Ashok Srinivasan. He's from BIMCO. Thank you so much for coming.
Try and use this, yeah. Good morning, everyone. I think now I'm going to get a lot of questions because you've been asked to ask questions. So yeah, please feel free to ask questions. I think that's what it also encourages us to come up with more information to you. First of all, thanks to Mr. Vinay, Mr. Anurag for inviting BIMCO to this seminar crew conference. We are delighted. In fact, we are honored to be here, to be presenting here. In fact, this is my first time being here. So thank you very much to start with. When I first visited your office in UMMS, I got the feeling that more than a company, it's more of a family. And I think when I observed the happenings here today, this morning, and over the course of the presentations, I think that belief even strengthened even more. Mr. Vinay in his presentation, but of course in your mission itself, you have the word happy ships. I haven't seen that anywhere in any other company. I think that talks a lot. And in your presentation, you spoke about care, you spoke about quality, you particularly mentioned you pay less importance to the numbers, but more to the quality. I think it all sort of comes down to say that you seafarers, you're working for a world-class company, a company that will take care of you. I think that belief should be there in your mind when you're out there at sea and working, that there is somebody that will take care of you. And in the second presentation, Captain Satyendra, he came up with a lot of things, but he started off remembering a long lost colleague. It was not 6 months ago, not 1 year ago, it was several years ago, but they still remember that happened. And that also, again, making sure that you don't repeat the same mistakes or don't get into the same situations that happened to that unfortunate second officer. So I think there is a lot of care here. And I think I would urge the seafarers to make use of that because you are already working for a world-class company, and we would need more from you because, as you heard through the various presentations, the presentation that Mr. Oliver gave, I can tell you, I couldn't understand all of it because that is the number of new regulations that's coming here. And if you don't keep up with what is coming in, very, very quickly, you will be lost. You will suddenly see that your skills are no more relevant. So it's very important that you train yourself and you keep yourselves updated of what's coming in. And I think that's the message that most of us are trying to pass on to you seafarers. Right. With that, I will start I'll talk about BIMCO itself, because BIMCO is a shipping association and we have a lot of members. But when we go and talk to our members, even those that have been working with us for a number of years, and when we talk about the various services that we offer and the products, they are not aware of most of them, or some of them at least. But then again, most of them are not making use of all the services and therefore not really taking benefit of what BIMCO is. So I'll spend a few minutes on saying what BIMCO is and how it is relevant to both the shore staff, but also maybe not to the same level to the shipboard staff, but to a lesser extent. But there is always a lot of new learnings that you can learn from that one. And then I will go into a topic, ESG, which even I am not an expert on, but I'll again not try to go too deep into it. Keep it on a level that's understandable to most of us here, and of course I can then take some questions to answer. So my name is Ashok Srinivasan. I work as a regional manager. I'm based in Singapore, and I take care of the regional activities in Asia mostly, but also sometimes outside Asia. Because I'm also a technical manager. I used to be working in the head office in Copenhagen, and there I used to be in a regulatory team, and I used to attend all the IMO meetings. So all these regulations that are coming, which is coming out from the IMO, so the MEPC meeting or the MSC meeting, where we voice the concerns of our ship owners. So many times when a tough regulation is coming, we have spoken against it. We have told them that this is not going to be easy for the ship owners. So you either have to tone it down a bit, or you have to make it, give some more time for the ship owners to comply with it. And we have many times achieved success because BIMCO, together with the other organizations, we have a consultative status at the IMO, and many times when we talk with facts, with numbers, they do listen to us. So we have been successful in doing that. I'm going to tell you maybe I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to tell you a bit more about that. But BIMCO is a non-profit organization, a shipping association. We have members all over the world, but almost 133 countries. The number of members are more than 2,000. Then the exact number is about 2,080-ish. But they're all companies. There's no individual membership. There's all companies. And this is the places that we are located around the world, 7 offices around the world. Like I mentioned, we have about 2,000 plus members, but out of those 2,000, approximately 900 are ship owners. And they are the core of BIMCO's members. And in fact, all of the services that we produce are aimed at the ship owner category of members. And yeah, UMMS is part of that core category. So all of our products are aimed and can be used by your company, UMMS. And then, of course, we have a significant percentage of agents and brokers and associate members. So where do most of our members come from, and what is the percentage of world fleet that is represented by BIMCO? So if you look at on the left-hand side, you see especially the bulk. We represent about 60% of the dry bulk fleet when you calculate it in terms of deadweight tonnage. So there's a lot of representation, and there is also the tankers and containers. There is a lot. And on the right-hand side, you can see where most of our members are based. But it may not give you the right picture because we look at the head office and we just calculate based on the head office. So it may be that they have more offices, sometimes a bigger office somewhere else in the world. So that may not give you the right picture on where they stand, but it is the count of the head offices of our members. A bit about how BIMCO it works or is governed. We have committees and subcommittees, as you can see, and the Maritime Environment Committee, Safety and Security Committee is where we have our members sitting, and they come up with issues that they are facing, and this then is discussed within the committee, from where we take a position, a BIMCO position, and with that position we go to the IMO and we speak for the ship owners, which is our members. There is a documentary committee, and the documentary committee has a number of subcommittees, 40 plus. I'll come back to that. And in the previous slide, you saw three committees. The executive environment committee, safety committee, and documentary committee, and then of course there are the board of directors and executive committee, which most companies have. But those are there in the orange, and that is the way BIMCO is formally governed. But we also engage with our members in a number of different ways. You can see we have road shows, we have task forces, training. We conduct a lot of webinars, and some of these webinars, and I'll just spend a minute here. This is 15 plus 15. The name of the webinar itself is 15 plus 15. It is only 15 minutes of information that's provided, and it's 15 minutes of question and answers normally. But sometimes the 15 minutes of question and answers stretch to 60 minutes of question and answers, because that's how the engagement is. These are all online. These are all available on the BIMCO website, and it is all for free. So if you go online to BIMCO, and in those webinars, there are very, very topical issues that were just discussed, decarbonization, digitalization, EU ETS, CII, all of this is discussed in small sort of 15-minute videos, and then question and answer. So it's a very good way of improving your knowledge there. And like I said, it's for free. There's no price that we take. And there's also a number of other networks. We have relevant here is a bulk carrier network and ESG network, which is again relevant for your company, which I think you're already part of. BIMCO works with, there are three pillars for BIMCO. The main and the biggest is the contracts and clauses. So the show-based staff, you must have come across a BIMCO contract or clause in your working day. And we have about 350 plus contracts and clauses, right? From when a ship is built, you have something to build a ship, a new build con, all the way up to when a ship goes for recycling, you have a recycle con, and there is one contract or clause for pretty much everything. And the latest that we are working on right now is what was just mentioned, the Fuel EU Maritime clause that is being developed now. The reason we develop so many clauses is, of course, the regulation comes in. The regulation says you have to comply, but then when it comes down to actually who should comply, for example, EU ETS, yes, of course, you have to pay a fee for the carbon, and you have to buy carbon credits and submit them. But who should pay for it? Is it the ship manager? Is it the ship owner? Or is it another entity? So all that is then dealt with in the clause, and then people agree on who will pay what and to what extent. So this is what the clause does. In other words, the real nuts and bolts of the industry. So we do that as a main work at BIMCO. That's one big department. And then we have a regulations department, which I spoke about, and I'll also speak a little bit more about. And then we have a suite of a number of different products that we produce. Yeah, I spoke about this. This is about the regulation. This is what we do. We are the practical voice of shipping. As we say, if you have an issue, we take that, we then take it up, we analyze a bit. We also check with the other companies, the industry, and then we take it to the IMO where the rules are actually written, and we try and voice our concerns. We heard about enclosed spaces a while ago in one of the presentations before, and how many people died. So what we did was we formed a group, and we dwelled into it, and of course it is a very saddening number. So many people are losing lives even now. In 2024, you saw about 30 people that lost their lives. So what we did is we actually went on to the recommendations that are there, the existing recommendations for entering enclosed spaces, the A1050. We sat down with the countries and we revised them. We brought in more requirements in the A1050. It has now been revised. A new version is there. It's not yet in force. It will come in force later in 2025, where there are a bit more safer requirements are there. One of the requirements is that each ship should have a list of enclosed spaces, and not just the enclosed spaces, but the spaces that are adjacent to it, the spaces that are common to the enclosed spaces and that sort of thing. So which gives a better idea to tackle when it comes to an enclosed space. So there's a number of other requirements. There's also requirement on CO2, because we have been, when you enter an enclosed space, you measure oxygen, you measure H2S, carbon monoxide, and LEL, but there's another gas that's there sitting silently and being the cause of some of the accidents, and that is CO2. For example, if you stop ventilating a space for a few minutes, there have been studies that have shown that the CO2 develops rapidly into it. So there's all these things are there in the new recommendations, which you will see it very soon in next year. So all those things, that's just an example of what we do at BIMCO. Contracts, I spoke about it in general, and if you go to BIMCO website and type shipman, you would see a number of course, you will see the different versions of shipman, but there is also clauses that are related to shipman that we have come out with. I'll just quickly go to it. This is about, and again, examples of EU ETS, ETS and CII clauses. The ETS itself, we had to write 5 different clauses. Normally, that's not the case. Normally, if there is a regulation, 1 clause is enough. But the ETS, we found that it's so complicated that it actually required us to write 5 different clauses: 2 for time charter party, 1 for voyage, 1 for shipman. Okay, and then I'm going to spend a few minutes about the third pillar that I said, the suite of other services that we have. We have a shipping market analysis team, which produces market outlook once every 3 months for a different sector. So for bulk carrier, it comes once every 3 months, then it's containers and tankers. And they also come with interesting numbers every week. It's called SNOW, SNOW, shipping number of the week. And it's quite interesting to see where, what interesting things are happening in the market around the world. Training, we conduct a lot of training. I'll show you in a few slides, but those may not be very much focused for seafarers. It's not technical training, but it is for the managers and the operational managers who are out already there. These are all high-level master classes. So we do the commercial training on various new topics that again comes up. There's also a 5-day ship management academy that we have started, and it actually was a grand success. It was carried out in Copenhagen. It was a grand success as well. There's a lot of new things that we've learned on how new trainings can be conducted. Events and webinars I spoke about already. There is a support and advice team, and this is something that not many of our members use it. Whenever you have a question on a contract or a clause or any other contractual matter for some time, you can reach to us at BIMCO, and we come back and give you an answer within 24 hours. This is something really, really useful. We have sometimes saved a lot of time, resource, and of course money to our members by just giving them that timely advice on where they stand on their particular case. It may not be a legal advice, but it's very close to that, and that actually, like I said, saves them quite a lot of money in some cases. Digital tools, we have quite a few digital tools. I'll just take one, shipping KPI, which is now renamed to be called as Ship PI. There's about 67 performance indicators there, and then about 36 key performance indicators there in that platform. Basically, this is a platform where you can benchmark your company to the other companies in the sector or to the industry in general to see how well you're doing, where you're lacking, and where you're better than the industry. Again, it gives you a great insight, and this is something that I'll again repeat during the presentation later on the topic that I'm going to speak about. And then KYC, debt recovery service, again a very important service, not being used by a lot of our members. To be very short, this service is about if you have been doing business with another party and they owe you money, they haven't returned to you, you can use this service, get BIMCO's help to get that money back. And then we have few, we publish few manuals and guides. I think it comes up in one of the other slides. Some of them are for free. Quite a few of them are for free to use. So again, you can go on the website and download them. But there are some that we invest a lot of time and resource into it. So we have to sell them. So one of them is the Seafarer Workforce Report, the BIMCO ICS Seafarer Workforce Report that you heard earlier on. So that's also produced. And in that, again, Captain Satyendra, he mentioned shortage of skilled talent. Remember, he used the word skilled talent. He didn't say talent or seafarers. And that is, again, to stress that training is most important, and to make sure that you train yourself to be part of that skilled talent, and not the non-skilled talent, which not many people, many companies want. Because there are some of the ship owners, when we go to them and ask them, do you see the shortage? And they say, yes, there is the shortage. But then when they start with a vacancy, you see 10 applications for one vacancy. But out of those 10 applications, if you see half of them may not be properly qualified or properly trained, or there is the question of quality. So again, it all comes down to how well you have skilled yourself, how good quality you have in you. So again, this is where the difference comes in. So again, it is the seafarers that I would recommend that you train yourselves with the upcoming regulations. Yeah, I mentioned about BIMCO training. I mentioned about the master classes. So this is just a few examples of that. There is a webinar and an online training on EU ETS. There is one on there's one on EU ETS, and there's a few others on decarbonization and all the new topics that's coming up. There's one that's coming up on the Fuel EU Maritime. It's coming up in December. Again, it's a webinar that's useful to sign up. So if you're interested in upskilling yourself, you're welcome to sign up to that. They're all available on the BIMCO website. Right. Now I'll talk a little bit about ESG, which is a topic that is quite of course, it's been there for some time, but not many people are aware of it. So now that you've seen the slide, does anybody know what ESG stand for? ESG, you can just shout. Oh, great. Okay, I heard one. Environmental, social, and governance. And that's correct. You're absolutely right, because many people, they think the S in the ESG stands for sustainability. May not be altogether wrong, but the sustainability is encompassing all of this, right? So ESG is basically a concept. It's developed to look at the overall impact of the company, and in looking at these three criteria. The environment looks at the company's environmental footprint. And when we say environment, it's not just about decarbonization. It's not just about carbon. There's a number of other environmental things, right from your of course your air emissions, but also for ships we have something to do with the water emissions, the ballast water, the biofouling, the waste that we send. So it's all together there in that environment criteria. There is also the social part, and I think this again is about the relationship that a company has with its stakeholders. When you say stakeholders, it could be governments, it could be the suppliers, the vendors, employees like yourself, other organizations, and things like that. So how well does a company manage these relationships? And of course, the G is governance. So how does a company govern itself? This is not a regulation itself, so it's not something that you have to comply with. It started off voluntarily, of course. But by actually being good at ESG, a company can tick a lot of boxes, right? So For example, if you take two companies, let's say two friends, equally qualified, equally skilled, and they start a company 1 year and they're doing at the same level, and then you look at the same two companies 10 years or 20 years later, they may not be at the same level because two different people think differently. And this is where the company that actually takes these criteria into account actually stays in the business for a long time. And you don't have to worry about regulations, you don't have to worry about penalizations and things like that, because you're staying ahead of the game. And this is what it is all about. The ESG is helping you to stay ahead of the game. So before even a regulation comes in, if you can look at these criteria and manage yourself, it actually helps you a lot. Of course, there are both internal benefits and external benefits. And as you can see there, I'm not going to read them out, but they are there for you. The internal benefit, I think the most important of them is the motivating employees. Like I said, when a company is showing that they care about you, that itself is a great motivation for you to stay and give your 101%. You saw that already. So if you can give more than what is required, that actually helps the company grow and you grow as well, right? And of course, there's a number of external benefits that each company also gets by increasing their ESG work. But the most important of them is the capital. You can attract new capital because, like I said, the governments, the other companies, everyone is now looking at ESG, and therefore even the banks are looking at those companies favorably who are taking efforts to increase their ESG footprint in terms of when they take care of environment and social and governance. So it's easy. So when a ship owner wants to build more ships or buy more ships, you see that you get easy access to finance. Because they just think that, okay, this is a safe place to lend money or park the money. So again, it helps in a number of ways for the companies. Yeah. So why is BIMCO talking about ESG, right? I mean, we're not experts on this. We are just a shipping association. We try to help companies with questions. We write contracts. So why are we doing this? So one of the things, and another example that I would like to give you is a few years ago, we wrote a standard. Of course, when I say we wrote, not just the BIMCO staff, but we got experts from the industry. We made them sit together and we wrote a standard on in-water cleaning. Right? So in-water cleaning is just about making sure that your ships are clean of biofouling, your hull are clean of biofouling, and you can do that in two ways. You can either take a ship to dry dock, or you can do it when the ship is already in water, maybe at anchor or things like that. And the in-water cleaning was being prohibited or restricted by a number of ports around the world because the way they were doing it was wrong. So they were basically just cleaning the ships, but not worrying about the environment, sometimes even not worrying about the paint that's on the ship. So by cleaning a ship, a company comes and cleans the ship, of course, but then of course later you find out that they have damaged the paint, they have damaged the environment, released all the biofouling and the ship's coating into the environment. So to cut the long story short, what we did was we sat down, we brought the experts, we wrote a standard to help the industry understand what it is, and that standard is now being used by some of the cleaning companies. So just again to help ship owners in these aspects. So this is one more thing that we are doing. What we have done is we have created a ESG network. So again, members are part of the network. It's more of a member-driven network because members came to us and said, this is a topic that's gaining more importance, more momentum, and we need to do something about it. So we brought in experts. We brought in the members, of course, different type of members, not just ship owners, but P&I clubs and other entities that are also BIMCO members, brokers and things like that. So we've had a few meetings, 6 meetings to be precise, and we've touched upon a number of topics on these topics on how each company can develop their ESG standards, right? One of the things, of course, is knowledge sharing itself, because again, when you're staying ahead of the game, and when you want to be, like I said, in the industry for the next 100 years or so, the big companies, the companies with deep pockets, they can invest in all of this, and they can quickly start getting into these social aspects and environmental aspects. And suddenly you see, like I mentioned, they get the money to buy more ships, they get access to the finance, they also in the process get a competitive edge. So it's great for those companies. But then the other companies which didn't have those deep pockets, which didn't know what to do, they, by not doing anything wrong, are falling back because they've just been left behind by the big companies. So the idea of BIMCO is, because we have all different size of companies in it, we bring them together, we help them share information on what is going on how can one company implement a good practice that another company is doing on an environmental aspect, or even a social aspect, so that way they can share knowledge and start from there. So that was the first starting point, and then there were a few topics that were explored in those meetings. There was also the question about establishing a clear benchmarking. But before that, again, when you say ESG, and when you look at these strategies and how you start putting it, it can actually draw some inference from the ISM code or the ISO standards. So there are the same things that you need to have a leadership that there should be a top-down approach from the leadership, that is, and then you need to first of all measure what you want, what you have to manage, and all those things are there in that strategy. Another thing, the ESG, if you look at the whole ESG concept itself, is that there are two main things. One is actually doing the right thing above the requirement on environment or social or governance aspect. The second thing is actually reporting that to the authorities, to actually showcase that, yes, look, we have done this. So if you do both of this, then it's the best, and to find the right balance in doing both of this is what is needed. And again, that is something the group is discussing. The third thing is, of course, you have to measure what you have done in order to report. And again, this is an area where you have to pay attention on how you measure it. If you do more and not report it, then of course you don't get the benefits. For example, let's say a company have done a charity activity somewhere in some part of the world, and that was not actually communicated even within the company. Nobody knows about it. So what's the point in doing it? Because nobody knows, not even the employees know, and nobody gets motivated by that. So the reporting part is important. The second thing is, if you do less but report more, for example, you must have already seen companies claim we will be carbon neutral in 10 years from now or 20 years from now, and that sort of thing. But when you actually look at how and the methodology they're taking, you can ask questions. Is this really possible? But on paper, they claim it, and therefore they show that they are ahead of the game. So that is, if I may put it, is what is called as greenwashing, or some also call it as social washing. So again, that balance between doing it and reporting it is important, and then the part about measuring what you do and the correct way of measuring it again comes into the picture. So there are a few standards. There's no one standard. There are a few standards that you can follow. And this is what the group again is discussing and coming out with a better picture for the members. Yeah. So again, like I said, why does our industry need ESG? Like any other industry, we also are a service-oriented industry. Like it was discussed, we move cargo from one place to the other, and therefore we do interact with the environment, and that is the reason why we of course need it. The other thing is, like I already mentioned, if you have an ESG built into your company's systems, then of course increasing regulations is not a problem because you're almost always ahead of the regulation. So you don't have to worry about, okay, next month or next year, there's a new regulation coming in. We have to look into it because you're already somewhere, somehow you're prepared for it. So you don't have to worry about that. Then I talked about the risk associated with it and the access to the finance, which is again easier. And of course, now everybody's talking about decarbonization and ESG. So when you are interacting with the others, it becomes easier if you have a better ESG portfolio. Yeah, so when there are about 14 countries that have already come up with these standards, that the reporting requirements. But as always, the EU leads in this. So there's a few regulations that I've just posted there, which most companies have to follow. But it is now, at this point in time, it's those companies that are based in the EU that have to follow it. So if you're listed, even if you're not based in the EU, but if your company is listed in one of the EU countries, then you will have to follow this. But the most important of them are this EU CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. And this is where it really gets into what you should report. And this is not about financial reporting. This is about the non-financial part. There is a non-financial reporting directive as well, but the EU CSRD is much more in depth, and it encompasses a lot more than what is there in the NFRD. Again, I'll not go too deep now. I'll just keep it at that level. But some of the things that is required is what a company is required to report. There's a yeah. Sorry for the lot of text there. I couldn't find pictures to show you, but you can see it. It's about communicating what kind of business model it is. What is your strategy in resilience to risk, and how can you safeguard your company against the risks that's coming. You need to have some targets, and you need to show a plan on how you meet the targets. There is the role of the administration as well, and there is the management to show how you're going to administer that. There is something about how you do due diligence on your suppliers and other stakeholders, because again, ESG is not something just about your company. You can see that that there's more requirements in the ESG, which it's about the companies that you are working with. So it's also companies. So the companies that you're working with, they might come up with questionnaires to answer that we need these things. We need you to report a number of things. So there's a lot of information sharing that is required. And of course, slowly and steadily, as you see, there are 14 countries now, and more countries will come up, and this will get into the regulatory aspect. So it will start at some point by becoming mandatory. So we need to keep an eye on that. Again, there are three. What is it that you have to report on the environmental side? You see that you have to report on climate change, pollution, the resources that you use, the water and marine resources. Then there is a few on the social aspects. There is also the aspect of governance, and then the cross-cutting general aspects that you have to report on. I will not go deep because it can get quite nerdy if we go on. But of course, if you're not a part of network, you're welcome to be part of the network, because a lot more is being discussed and experts are actually talking. So I'm not an expert on this, so I might not be able to answer all your questions, but should you have questions, I can of course take them back and come back to you with an answer. So to whom does it apply? Does it apply to every company right now? Not really. The EU CSRD at least applies only to the EU companies. And again, it is trying to get that level playing field, so that people who have not thought about it don't fall behind in a few years, right? But right now, it actually applies to the big EU listed companies. But as you see, over a period of time. Oh, sorry, I didn't change the slide. Sorry. So you can see in the slide which companies does it apply to, but over a period of time, slowly it will actually include the smaller companies in the EU, but also the non-EU companies with a significant turnover. So this is specifically the EU CSRD, but there could be others that will come where you have to report. So it's always good to stay ahead of the game. The sustainability reporting is not the carbon emissions or the what we call a scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions that are different. The sustainability encompasses a lot more than the carbon emissions. So there was this sort of a dilemma that is these the same? It's actually included in it. So the carbon emissions are part of the CSRD, but it's much more than that. If you look at, okay, I'm sorry if you can't see it. It's just to show that we did a small survey to ask which companies are affected by it, and slowly, as you can see, the numbers are increasing. The number of companies that are being asked to report their ESG initiatives is increasing. As of now, this little graph here shows that as of now there are a few that have reported, few that haven't reported, and few, yeah, they're not sure whether they have whether it is actually ESG or not, but they have been sending some sort of reports. And what are they reporting on? Again, it's just an answer to the question on what they have been reporting. So again, I'll not go deep into it, but you can see even business ethics and human capital, employee rights have all been questioned upon by the companies. Again, it's just a few answers on what standards have they been using. So there are a few standards. There's also a specific standard for carbon reporting itself, and they have been using that to report. But really, at this point, there's quite a few issues that companies had to tackle. One of the biggest is that the volume of questionnaires they are growing, and the number of questions is growing. But again, if you look at these questions, they are almost asking the same questions. They're almost asking you to give you the same answer, but the format is different, or the way you have to answer is different, or the way they want you to measure is different. So there is that lack of standardization as it is right now. And the need is to have this all standardized. So what again BIMCO will try and do in the network is to help connect the companies and try to build a standard for maritime industry, so then your reporting is easier, right? And I think, as I mentioned before, there is a tool. Before that, there is also a few new things that are being discussed again in the group on how can you integrate your staff's welfare and their well-being into this. Like I said, when you talk about environment, people have been talking about carbon most of the time, but there's other aspects that should not be forgotten. So there are these things that will be discussed, and the discussion will prolong. But okay, I think I had one more slide, but I'm sorry, I didn't. What I was going to try and tell you was the shipping KPI, or the ship KPI, the tool that we had. That is a starting point for the ESG part. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to develop that, and maybe in a few years that tool can also be included in the ESG, and that can be a way of companies reporting them. So we're already in talks with bigger companies where they can use that as a reporting way, where you can get more information from the shipping companies like yours. So yeah, please stay tuned. I think
the BIMCO clause to come in? And would it be very comprehensive to protect everything for the owners?
Okay, good question. Very good question, actually. On the ETS, there is a clause. On the CII, there is a clause. And on the methanol, we have finalized the methanol bunkering clause. And that group is now working on ammonia bunkering clause, because this is what we are right now, because it's about bunkering yet. Yeah, so I think on methanol, we have the bunkering clause, and on the fuel EU maritime, the clause as we speak is almost finalized, and we expect that in December we can have that adopted if there are not many negative comments by the stakeholders. If you had seen the slide, we have a committee, there is a subcommittee that actually writes it, the committee adopts it, but before it's done, it is sent to a group of a sounding board where they come up with lots of comments sometimes. So if there is not a lot of comments, if people are happy with it, it can be ready by December. Otherwise, it might have to wait a few more months, but it is coming very soon. That's the short answer.
And any rough timeline on the biofuels?
Not yet, because there have not been much of interest, at least within the subcommittees and committees on the biofuel. Therefore, yeah, I think that, because again, there is the resource issue. So methanol was the clear winner when people said, what is the first priority? So the methanol is already there. The group is now working on ammonia. And I think after this, they will move on to biofuels, because that's, again, one of the big ones, one of the leading ones. So perhaps, I'm not sure now, but perhaps it will go to biofuels.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Yes.
Hi, I also have one question regarding ESG.
Yes.
You mentioned there are different formats for reporting. So is it allowed that I can report in a particular format? For example, I want to report in GRI format, and I can submit to the EU in the European country. Is it, or they want in a specific format? Right now, it is not mandatory, but just want to know whether these formats are can be used for any other country also, or is it country specific or area specific?
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's not mandatory yet, but when it becomes mandatory, I believe they will also come up with exactly what they require in the format that they require. But right now, as it is not mandatory, you can use any one of the standards and have your things measured and kept there. But of course, as we move along, there could be countries coming up with specific formats. But that's also why we are now already working to have a common standard. So if they come up with different formats, we can then tell them back saying that, look, let's use this maritime standard and have the reporting done through this format. So, well, yeah, as of now, to be honest, I don't know, but right now, yeah, there is no specific standard to be used on a specific country at least.
And also, do BIMCO provide any guidance for preparing a ESG report for the maritime stakeholders? For example, if there is a ship owner or a broker or a manager, what will be the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, like that? Means some kind of guidance. It might be this thing, but sort of template or some guidance towards that.
Yeah. Like I said, the BIMCO has a number of networks. One of them is the ESG network. I'm not part of the network, but and I know that there's a few experts sitting in that network, and BIMCO actually invites more experts from outside to come and advise the members on how to do it. So if you're not part of that network, I would recommend just join. It's, again, your members already, so it's free to join. Please join. And there's 6 meetings that have already happened. There's a chunk of information that's already been exchanged. But I think the moment you join, you'll get all that information, and of course you will get that knowledge as you go on. So yeah, there is tons of information provided. As of now, I don't think they have come out with any specific deliverables as such a report itself. So far it's the information that is discussed. But as we go along, as I said, there will be more information provided, and you can get information on how to report these emission scopes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok, for the detailed presentation on BIMCO and ESG. Next, I would like to invite from Phil CAMSAT, Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark, he'll be giving a presentation on health and well-being.
Hello and good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. So a bit of a change in pace. You've been hearing presentations that are very technical in nature. I'm going to present a simple one rather, but is still as significant in any industry, in any field, but more significant in the field of shipping. Before I may begin, I would like to briefly introduce myself. I'm Mark Lawrence-Ke. I'm part of the behavioral program here in PhilCamSat. That's our company. And we are a training services provision company. And not only do we believe in the technical expertise expected from seafarers, we also believe in a holistic training and enhancing of our global maritime professionals. And hence, we have occasional trainings or regular programs that involve what we call behavioral competencies. And what I'm going to share with you to this morning is something a bit simpler and I think quite applicable for everyone here. And it's healthy thinking. And this, in a nutshell, will be what I will be discussing. We're going to talk about how thoughts influence us, about building healthy thinking habits, identifying and challenging some negative thinking habits, how to handle risks, especially when working on board when it comes to mental health, and of course, some conclusions where I try to answer some questions. This is a rather interesting hour of the day, so I also will like to keep this a brief and concise presentation. Before we begin, I would like to talk about the power of our thoughts, not in the sense that when you think so hard about something, it's going to just happen. It's much more on how we end up influencing ourselves. And let me just start with this thought. When we clean our space, we are actually cleaning our minds. And that is a good thought to have as we begin. And when we present, as I present this rather, I would like to have a quick activity with you. This might be familiar for you. For some of you, you may have already read about this, but for those of you who are unfamiliar, I would like to invite you to participate. And this is quite simple. What are the two words that I am flashing in front of you? As you can see, they are incomplete. What are these two words? Anyone would like to hazard a guess? What's the first word that starts with W and ends in H? And what's the second word that starts with an S and ends with P? Anyone? Wish? How about the second one? Wish and ship? Any other answers? Try to guess. Wash, yes? And soap. Wash and soap. It's very obvious because earlier I talked about cleaning your space and cleaning your mind. But in reality, it's actually wish and soup. But if you're a Filipino, soup is soup. Yeah, just kidding. than we would give it credit for. And it's quite important because unless we catch ourselves, we can easily be tricked into habits of thinking that are actually very dangerous in the long run. If not so much as dangerous, it can be harmful to our choices. They can be very influential, as I can say, not just other people, but also ourselves. We influence ourselves. They can have significant impacts, and they actually require some level of mindfulness before we can catch ourselves as victims of priming. And how does priming happen and how can we contradict it? These are some common things that happen to us. These are common negative thoughts or behavior, thinking patterns that we fall into. And one of the common culprits of priming is very much accessible to us. Some of you, and not most of you right now, are actually looking into it, and it's our mobile devices, really, especially when we look at social media, our internet, our emails, checking this, checking that. Okay, I'm not taking it against you right now if you're doing so. You're very busy people, and I can be very boring if I talk about this for too long. But try to take note how looking at media, how hearing other people relay things, how these affect the decisions, even so subtly nudge us towards a different decision. And one of these things, or rather, some of these examples are as follows. The first one would be catastrophizing, which is actually expecting a worst case scenario. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes it is important to visualize the worst case scenario, especially when we deal with safety and technical matters of that nature. But from a mental health perspective, sometimes we blow things up unnecessarily. A simple mistake can become something quite serious, and so we end up catastrophizing it. We also have a tendency to engage in what we call all or nothing thinking, which is failing to see the middle ground or the nuances of a decision that we can make. A colleague makes a mistake. Do I ask him to stay or do I ask him to go? But however, there can be a middle ground. Remediation, perhaps, additional training, closer supervision. Okay? It's not always black or white, or what other people will call a false dichotomy. Other unhealthy behavioral patterns we have, or thinking patterns, would be what we call overgeneralization, wherein quite commonly this is what you would see when we follow what we call stereotypes, or if we assume one event to be an indicator of the general or everything that you encounter from that situation. One mistake happens in your voyage, and you automatically think that the entire voyage is ruined or that you are sent on board with an incompatible or worse, incompetent crew. Additional, how should I say this? Additional negative thinking patterns that we engage in would also be personalization, wherein you take things personally, assuming that things happen because of you and things will only happen to us or you. Blaming ourselves for things beyond our control or attributing things that are not within our control, successes that are not for us and us alone. There's also the unrealistic expectations in the form of shoulds and musts. And of course, letting our emotions get in our way in terms of reasoning. Although we cannot completely avoid the concept or the idea of using our emotions during reasoning, what's important is balancing the actual emotion with the actual facts and logic that we have. These are some of the common things that can exacerbate or make worse our situations on board, especially when you are isolated and stressed for prolonged periods. Additionally, we have what we call a negativity bias, where assuming the worst or assuming the negative experiences are much more of the rule rather than the exception, which is again can be normal or can be routine, in an environment where you have to focus on safety and constantly look for possible areas that can go wrong. We also have what we call jumping to conclusions, pretty much familiar, and of course, comparisons, wherein unnecessarily comparing ourselves with other people, other situations that are not really relatable. So these are just one of 9 of the common things that we tend to burden ourselves with. And what could we do about it? Which is building healthy thinking habits or adjusting the way we think. And what are healthy thinking habits or what is healthy thinking? It's actually a balance of two things. One would be realistic thought, rationalizing things based on what you actually see. Meeting someone for the first time and the person does not acknowledge you doesn't automatically mean that that person disrespects you or other harmful things that you may think. It could just probably be that person did not hear you. Look at the facts properly. We also have what we call self compassion and self acceptance, or understanding that as humans, we are all learning every day, we are all growing, and we are more likely to make mistakes. But what's important is we first accept ourselves and say that this is a mistake that I'm willing to learn from and that I'm willing to be better. And that these are some of the basic principles of adopting healthy thinking. It starts with being rational and being accepting of ourselves. So, how do we identify and challenge most of the common unhealthy thinking habits? Well, let's start with another exercise here. As you can see in the picture, what's going on? Again, rather obvious. Anybody would like to hazard another guess? There's a picture. I think this picture is rather obvious. You may think that, oh, he's probably sawing wood, right? Cutting a log. But in reality, when I presented this picture, someone actually answered, he's not just sawing wood, he's making sawdust. And that is an alternate way of thinking or an interpreting things. You cannot make sawdust if you do not cut wood, if you do not use a saw, electronic or manual otherwise. So, making sawdust, this is an example of what we psychologists call reframing. You change the way you interpret something without changing the facts. In this way, you change the way you interpret the picture without changing the picture or forcing your own interpretation of it. He's still cutting wood, but he's also making sawdust. And in this case, you can look at the situation and say, maybe I can look at it from another angle and pull something out that would avoid this negative thinking process. So, looking back at the 9 unhealthy habits that we have earlier, we can say, in terms of catastrophizing, we can ask ourselves, is it really a mountain or is it just a molehill? Or in short, is it really that big of an issue? Can I move on after it? Is it really something significant? Back in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken, there was this experiment done where a college student was asked to wear a rather loud pink shirt, and the shirt had the print of Barry Manilow. If you're familiar with him, congratulations. Your back might be hurting right now. He was wearing a bright pink Barry Manilow shirt, and the instructors told him, go sit in the audience and participate in the lecture. So he was seated in an audience not too different from what you are doing right now. A guy in a loud pink Barry Manilow shirt somewhere in the audience listening to a lecture given by some guy like me. And after that, he was asked to rate how many people do you think noticed you wearing that shirt? The guy wrote down, I think around 80 people out of 100 noticed this shirt that I'm wearing. But when the audience was asked, how many of you noticed a guy wearing a bright pink Barry Manilow shirt? Only less than 10 responded. So, this is what we mean by that. Sometimes, from our perspective, something may feel very big, very serious, very severe, but again, take note that we are looking at it from a very biased lens, which is our own personal outlook of it. And this is why when we talk about catastrophizing, we ask ourselves, is it really that big? Or when we talk about all or nothing, we also ask ourselves, is it about perfection or is it about consistency? Again, going back to the practices, if you come aboard a very untidy or a very complicated, disorganized crew, do you see yourself being the person who can improve it in just a span of 3 months? Or is it a gradual process that has to be consistent? Because these two things are different. Perfection means that I set a goal, I will achieve it no matter what it takes. That's very impressive if you actually do it, but most of the time you will not be able to do it. However, consistency means I have some measurements, I have some milestones in my project that I can look into that say that progress is being done. Maybe it's a reduction of near misses, a reduction of actual incidents in the progress of my career, or other metrics or KPIs that you may think of. Then, when we talk about overgeneralization, it's just the same as catastrophizing. Are we overgeneralizing a situation? Are we overgeneralizing a bad contract as a bad year, month, or it's just a bad day? And when we talk about personalization, we're talking about the the perspective of the bias that we have when we look into a certain situation. And of course, shoulds and must also reflect this all or nothing thinking. Sometimes things go our way, sometimes things don't go as planned. But at the end of the day, is there growth? Is there improvement? Can we still be happy if things don't go according to plan? And when we talk about emotional reasoning, most of the time we deal not just with the emotions of sadness, but we deal with emotions of frustration and anger. When things don't go our way, when incidents happen, when non compliances pop up. When we talk about that, are we dealing or making decisions that are emotional? What are examples of emotional decisions? Punitive decisions or decisions that enforce through punishment. Whenever I look at a policy that has presented for a review, one thing I look for is what is the punitive element? Is it gradual? Is it severe? Meaning, is it something that you make a mistake, you're gone? Or is it something like, okay, you make a mistake, this is the remediation that we will do. You'll go to trainings, we'll identify the root causes. And even when we do root cause analysis, without going into the details of it, sometimes there is a tendency that we may pretend or we may actually fool ourselves into thinking that we are objective, but in reality, it could be emotional reasoning into trying to put someone into the crosshairs. And that someone is the person you unconsciously or maybe consciously blame for that particular incident. Again, when we deal with behaviors and the human element, mistakes happen. And even if one person committed that mistake, are we being too emotional with it? That is what we mean by this. Our feelings are valid. It's okay to be frustrated and angry at a person for that particular mistake, but what about our decisions after? Does it go against the tenets of safety and objectivity? And when we talk about negativity biases and jumping to conclusions as well as comparisons, it is, again, going back to the simple, objective truth of looking at yourself from an objective perspective. How can this experience make me grow? Uncertainty can be quite anxiety building, but maybe we don't need to have the answers in the meantime. Jumping into conclusions often happens when we are uncertain. It is us trying to interpret a scenario wherein we do not have enough information. Most of the time, we have to make decisions with incomplete information. whether it's on the ship, in navigation, in the engine room, or even inside our offices. But before jumping into conclusions, which is often a byproduct of emotional reasoning, maybe we sometimes have to say, wait, do I have to make the decision now? Urgency can make things go faster, but it doesn't automatically mean that we will make the most accurate and effective decisions. So take time. Whatever time you need, take it. And when we talk about comparisons that affect our happiness, our sense of well being, instead of comparing ourselves with other people, perhaps it is better if we compare ourselves against our past selves. There's this popular saying, comparison is the thief of joy. And that is a very strong phrase that I use to tell myself and the people around me most of the time. And now perhaps we can talk about handling risks, or which I would like to talk about the S word. Now, this is a longer S word for those of you who might be thinking otherwise, and this is suicide prevention, which is helping to know the warning signs. Okay, when we work on a very complicated and stressful and uncertain environment, such as the maritime environment, we have to consider that this can actually happen. Suicide is highly preventable. And the thing is, we have to understand it doesn't happen over time. It doesn't happen in an instant. It doesn't happen overnight. Sorry. It's not a switch wherein one day suddenly you will just say, I will, jump or something like that. It is usually an accumulation of unhealthy thinking that is beyond a person's scope and abilities. More often than not, survivors of suicide attempts often say, I felt overwhelmed, I felt intense feelings, and I could not face myself or the people around me at that time. So often than not, there is always that incident that we call the straw that breaks the camel's back. There's always that incident or one event, but we often focus on that event without looking at the early warning signs. And to share with you some of them, I would like to, excuse me, sorry for that. I would like to share with you some of the warning signs that are here. But one thing we should often look for when we talk about warning signs to these things is change. Sudden or even gradual changes. Changes in behavior, speech, or the way they talk, or the way they act, behavior patterns, so to speak, and the way they think. It's always a combination. Look for changes that involve despair, perhaps hopelessness, or being overwhelmed. Things that we should look out for are not limited to this list, but also to what we can see as behaviors that are settling things, like giving away personal possessions, saying goodbye a bit too seriously, being a bit heavy on the tone that they use. So warning signs our words are often in the terms of being a burden, unbearable pain, emotional or physical pain, no reason to live, feeling trapped, or just outright verbalizing or saying out loud, I want to end it all. In terms of behavior, please pay attention to these signs. Increased substance use. A lot of attempts have been made with increase or overdosing in substances such as alcohol, um, prescription medicine, or even non-prescription medicine. Isolation, being disconnected from people, sleep patterns that suddenly change, either sleeping too much or not sleeping at all, visiting or calling people to say goodbye, withdrawing from activities, giving away possessions, researching on ways to end life, and of course, acting recklessly. The last part can be very tricky because what we may think as being egregarious or being, in the common terms, being a party animal is actually someone who is in need of help because they are living life as if it were their last, literally. And of course, we have mood issues like losing interest, depression, anxiety, rage, which is again commonly masked or behavior that commonly masks this kind of feeling. Wherein someone is frequently angry or has that resentment, whenever you talk to him, take time to ask, what's going on? How are you? Because anger is not an isolated emotion. It's usually a reaction to an overwhelming sense of helplessness. That a person is trying to control the situation without looking weak. Then there's also humiliation and irritability, which is related to anger or rage. So, how do we respond? Or how do we prevent these things? How do we respond, rather, and prevent with these things? Well, first is with open communication. Earlier, I'll move aside so you can take a better picture if you want. Earlier, you mentioned, or it was mentioned, that UMMS is like a family and families communicate. So I think that is already a good way to say, to check on each other. And how do we check on each other? Better than asking, "Are you okay?" Let's ask, "How are you?" Look at the person to your right and say, "How are you?" And when that person responds, you better listen. That could already give us clues on what's bothering or what's encouraging that person. We should use that to strengthen social support, meaning if one of you or if you feel something, who can you turn to aside from your immediate family? And that is what we mean by social support. And most of the culture here in the Philippines is when I'm feeling unwell or when there's something bothering me, the first people I turn to are my family members. But what about when you're working on board and when your family is far away? Who is there to hear you out? That's what we mean by social support. So, who do you talk to? And one of the most common things that I hear from people who witness suicide incidents was, "He was so quiet. We never knew this would happen." But in fact, the person just didn't know who to talk to. Remember, one of the warning signs of suicide is, "I feel like a burden." Imagine someone who feels like a burden, how that person would be led to this because they feel that if I were to tell my problems to another person, I would still be increasing that burden on the people around me. But take note, the person you might think is a complainer might actually be overwhelmed. And that person may actually need more social support. So there's this complication of a person in need of help can actually be a difficult colleague. That is when we need to actually rely on the first one, open communication. And last, when we talk about healthy coping, using trainings like these or additional materials and perhaps CBTs or other ways to teach and facilitate better mental health coping strategies. Because at the end of the day, it is not another person who will save you from this, it is our own selves who will save us from this kind of situation. And when we talk about response, this is by not all any means a comprehensive guide because there is a WHO guide for it. But the general idea here is, and I want to keep it simple because when the situation happens, we want to keep it as simple as possible so we can remember it. First, stay calm and act immediately. When you feel or when someone has communicated to you that they have an intention, again, I'll move slightly to the side so you can take a picture. I just realized this part is flashed directly behind me. So, we want to avoid escalating the situation, but we don't want to act irrationally or emotionally. Please don't do that or something like that. You have so much more to live for. That's a common thing, right? A reaction or a calm reaction is something like, "Would you like to talk about it? Can we talk about it?" Or rather, "Please tell me more about what's going on." Okay? It's not something as how should I say it? Not dramatic. No dramatic actions. It's more of a calm action. When someone beside you suddenly says, you know, I'm planning to kill myself, I'm going to jump over this railing right here, right now. You don't suddenly do a double take and say, and hug or grab that or tackle that person to prevent him from falling. You say, you want to talk about it? I'm here to listen. And then you listen non-judgmentally. Every moment that person is talking is every moment you're delaying and even stalling the attempt. So keep the person talking. Ask questions, let him share the story, and stay with the person and keep them safe. Keep them talking, keep them safe. Remove all things that would be otherwise harmful to that person. This includes sharp objects, um, objects that would talking about substances here, sharp objects, substances, if possible, always keep that person under watch. Yes, it can be very tedious, and report that incident to whoever's a designated person ashore or on board. Keep the person safe, even if it means assigning someone to keep watch over him or her, them. And for those of you who are curious about some numbers that we have, if you are here in the Philippines, the National Center for Mental Health, yes, that mental health center, for the Filipinos here, these are the numbers. For our non-Filipino friends, USAP is the Tagalog for talk or conversation. So that could help you remember the hotline if you are here in the Philippines. We also have a hotline for seafarers here called We Team. We have these Globe and Smart Philippine SIM numbers, but you can also use these numbers to reach out to them through WhatsApp and Viber. These services are open to all seafarers who are working on board or even when you are ashore. So please use these numbers, especially We Team, which is one of the partnerships we have in PTC, one of the projects we have that we manage. And so this is where we would like to end this presentation. I'm now open to answer any questions that you may have. If there are no more questions, I will not keep you from your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll move for lunch now, and we'll have a 1 hour break, and then we see you back here at about 1400, 1415. Okay, for the next session, I would like to invite Ms. Gina from MTI, Media Handling.
I think this. Are you okay? Are you still awake? Great. I'm Gina. I'm the MTI network partner here in the Philippines. My colleague from Singapore, Andrew, sent for me, and yes, I'm here. So, first, I'd like to share with you something about MTI. So, for the last couple of years, MTI network has handled over 1,100 incidents. And this is more or less the average on a yearly basis. So you can imagine, from traditional incidents of pollution, collisions, and fire, we still dominate the industry's preparation and training. And this is why you are here. So probably you'll be asking, why are we here? Why is MTI Network here talking to us about media? So as MTI Network, we are risk management consultancy. We also specialize in global crisis communications. And we are actually a totally independent company. 26 network offices worldwide. And I'm the Philippine partner. So anything that happens, or if anything will happen, hope not, I'm the person that will be advised because of the communications aspect of the incident. We are a 24/7 response service, training, and this one, and we do drills. So over 11,000 vessels are in our system. So you can imagine that we are monitoring that much. So I'm going to show you something that I'm sure.
Breaking news just into CNN. A large ship has collided with the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland, causing major damage. Video obtained by CNN shows the bridge collapsing into the water below. We have no information yet on deaths or injuries. Maryland authorities say all traffic is being detoured around the area. Again, the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore has collapsed after it was hit by a large ship. And we will, of course, bring you more information as it comes into us here at CNN.
So has anyone seen this video? Anyone? Yes. It's an amazing visuals if you look at it. And, it will make people stop. So if you are with your laptop or your mobile phone and you see that, especially most news are now in digital platforms. So it is an incident, the biggest incident that will involve crew and the impact to the trade highways in the United States. So it's a very serious incident, and there you find the President of the United States in the scene. So that alone will create more news for Dali. And aside from the US President, there were a lot other government agencies that came to visit. So there are politicians, and you can imagine the number of media who are on the site. So this is the media coverage. The peak of the media coverage. You can see there that it's so huge. There were 129,000 mentions, of the incident. And on daily average, there are 3.9 thousand. You're talking about print and online. There are 130,000 mentions, TV coverage, 57,000 mentions, and social media, 753,000 mentions. So this is the timeline of how the stories are unfolding. Depending on, first, you see a very impactful visuals that can be seen in social media, and the story behind it, it will all be dependent on the information that will be gathered by each news outlet. So, there's the visit of president. There was a body that was found, the FBI investigation, and there are a lot city files coming from Baltimore as lawsuits. So this alone will show you how huge the incident is. And if you don't handle the information properly at the start of the incident, the spike will probably go up. So this is where MTI comes in. We were practically on the ground because we have to assign someone as the official spokesperson for the ship owner. It was all agreed. It was not like we told them we have to be out there, but there's always going to be a meeting with the ship owner and everyone involved as to how to handle the information or the sharing of information moving forward. So, of course, media will try to find a way to reach out to the crew because, it's a big, big vessel. So, media will definitely try to figure out how to tweak the story. So, they will always look for something, and that is going to be first the crew. But, at the beginning, the company really looked after the crew. It's very important that you look after the crew. First, because you have to make them feel that you are with them and that while investigation is going to happen, you have the interest of the crew at heart. So there's the compassion there. And the crew, because they know that the company is with them, they have to work with the company every step of the way because the media will definitely follow or try to find a way to get to the crew. So from the very start of the incident, there were media applications to speak to the crew. Media, they can go and they can be so resourceful. They'll be able to get to you, even to the captain. It's like, how did he get my number and so forth and so on. So crew members receive questions about the incident through the social media apps. Federal investigators seize the crew's phones. So, if you're going to be investigated, they will get all your phones, everyone's phone. And that's part of the investigation. And the crew will have to be on board the vessel all throughout the investigation. So all those time, the company looked after the crew, not the media or the government. It's the crew. So, moving forward, media will try to find a way to continue the storyline because the media attention is now going towards a different area. If you look at this, because they said they're going to sue the owner and manager for unseaworthy Dali over the bridge collapse. They even have to use something like this, which is so racist and blaming. It's because they were saying that they're incompetent. They will find a way to get the story, in any media outlet. So that's how the story went. But Dali and the ship owner was more steadfast towards assuring that the crew is looked after. Because moving forward, they will try to find a way to get to them, and that the crew will be a source of new information. So the protocols were implemented. It's very important that you implement your protocols. So you think that is finished after you see that ship moving and hitting the bridge. So the story continued, right? As work continues to remove cargo, ship from collapsed Baltimore Bridge. So, people will be asking, so what happened to the crew? So that's the question. So what happened to the crew? So, with that visual, CNN, BBC, Trade Winds, they all went through different narratives. They talked about the crew, it's angled on the crew. And they tried to reach to someone who will speak for the crew. So that's the reason why we have assigned a spokesperson for Dali. And everything that is being shared to media are all coming from the company. So say there's the BBC, Trade Winds, and CNN. So all of this information were all shared, and that's Darrell Wilson. He's our colleague in the US. And so he was assigned to be the spokesperson. And he used to be also, used to work for the US Coast Guard. So in a way, he knows the tricky management of government agencies. So he was able to manage the information. The thing is, what's important is the key message. When you talk to media, you have to always emphasize on the competence of the crew and how are you handling them now while the investigation is going on. So it's very stressful for the crew. I can't imagine how they're feeling on board the ship.
The crew, they're on board because they know the vessel better than anyone for investigations, helping people, crash investigators getting to certain parts of the vessel. Outside of that, they still have to maintain the vessel, run the generators, keeping eye on the anchors that are out, assisting with the salvage teams. So the crew has been very busy. But it was just a shock, 3 weeks after the accident, now someone takes their cell phones away and that immediate communication is gone. The photos on the phone, their families, how we feel if our phone is lost.
Barbara, you have visited the ship. When did you visit the ship?
I went out last week of April, and then the first week of May, I've been on board.
How?
So you're hearing the story from a reporter who's talking about what's happening on board. So it's a very factual, very objective narrative. And so it's the experience of the crew is being, articulated and shared to media. So, okay, we segue now to a different scenario. So it's very important you have a spokesperson. It's very important that you have the company as stating the facts every time. And that is to manage the reputation of the company. So this is, Andrew was saying, I have no idea why pollution incidents are still happening. And when you are in the American waters, that's going to be very difficult to handle because in the past, he was saying that it's the ship owner right away, but this time the crew are going to be sent to jail. So because of the strict laws now that are imposed by the US in relation to oil pollution or anything that is discharging bad, to the environment. So I'll just show you this video. The story behind this is like the tanker owner and operator sentenced for obstructing justice and concealing deliberate pollution. The ship owner and operator plead guilty to environmental and safety crimes. So defendants tampered with pollution prevention equipment and failed to report hazardous conditions. So, vessel operator, chief engineer, convicted for oily bilge water discharge offense. This happened, and this year we had two more, and they all went to prison. So after that, we go here. So I'm sure you know what's happening with the geopolitical incidents, and I'm gonna just run this video. So that's Galaxy Leader. So, the government is so equipped that they were able to document that, and they share that news that they held a ship, a big ship like a Galaxy. So this is another one. Injury? Any pain? Only shock. Only shock? Yeah. Just a smoker. Just I'm going. I was there when they arrived, the repatriation to the Philippines. So we talk about, the tension, the attacks which are being covered and filmed and publicized. And it has created so much international tensions. And you can imagine the stress for the crew and the next of kin. So the True Confidence, unfortunately, had three fatalities and very serious injuries. And also the Saint Nicholas. Saint Nicholas is more injury, but they're both are manned by Filipino crew. So this is why I said when there's a ship somewhere out there with Filipino crew, I am activated because the next, the next thing that will happen is the media will call you, the manning agency, or even the ship owner. And when they know, because they work with the Department of Foreign Affairs, the embassies, the Department of Migrant Workers, these are all covered by media. And so they will follow you. And they will try to find out really what's going to happen. Will they be repatriated? And when? And what are they going to do about that? So, what will happen to you? What are you supposed to be focused on? I think it's very important for everyone to note that it's very important for the ship owner to focus on handling the crew and especially the next of kin, because the next of kin can be a source of information for the media. So this is at the airport. This is...
Ito yung INS
Yeah, the Department of Foreign Affairs were there, the Department of Health, the Department of Migrant Workers, you name it, all the government agencies were there. So we were working with the ship owner and the fleet, and we said that we just have to be at the foreground, let the government do their work, because we, in the Philippines, media here in the Philippines during the time, because the president of the Philippines is out of the country, and so they were mandated, or meaning like they're really are being looked at, meaning the Department of Migrant, you better do something about it and handle them properly, because we call our OFWs or everyone who works outside, especially seafarers, as heroes. So you have to make sure that they are attended to. So there was press conference, so we have to manage media while at the airport. Okay, so from the very stressful tension, we have another stressful engagement while at sea, and this is on the eco activism. So how are you going to manage that if that was your ship? They have pretty expert divers. They can really like and document everything that's happening. And they can even paint your ship. Okay? So this is an eco activism.
Vi har ankret skipet vårt til dette for å vise sannheten om Equinor, og nå prøver de å skylle vekk budskapet, som de alltid gjør.
So they're saying, they're destroying our seas. So I'll show you something after that. So that's the equinox, okay? This is very important for everyone to note that when you're attacked by, or say, I don't want to say attack, but when you're now being engaged by eco-activism, so how will you deal with them? Some people, some of them are saying that the protocol is to ensure that they don't go on board the ship. The protocol is to ensure that you shoot them away from the ship. And yeah, maybe, but the master of the ship probably will have to have a very cordial way of doing things, because that whatever it is that you're going to do will impact on the reputation of the company, and it will make more bad stories for you. Because like this one, okay, they did it, Equinox, yes, so they hose them down. Because that's the protocol, hose them. But the thing is, if somebody from this activist got injured, the story is going to be against you. It's not just what you carry, it's about you. So you have to have a way of managing that engagement. There's another ship owner that was engaged by Greenpeace. They went, they have a very good video documenter, and actually when you do something like a Greenpeace activism, they're not only going to hound you or follow you, but they're going to create a video that probably right after 15 minutes of engagement, it's already in their website, talking about what you're carrying. So that ship did not engage. In fact, they even allowed them to go on board the ship and gave them some sort of a safety briefing, because what they did is not safe. So it's not like they hose them down. you know. So what they did is, you know, what you did is not safe, and the master handled them. They put them in one room. They even gave them coffee and all of that. So, but still the video came out. But at least it was not a video of an interaction that became violent because of what you're saying, what you're doing is wrong, and they will say, no, we're doing it right. And that's going to be the storyline of Greenpeace. So here, you have to make sure that you have certain protocols that's not going to further intimidate or make them feel bad about you. So, next, social issues. Okay, there's a lot issues that you're dealing with, not just from, you know, incidents, marine incidents, social issues. Abuse, bullying, harassment, and these can land in the pages of newspaper. This one is very, this one is from, is a crew, and he sued MERS. But it was an eye-opener also for the company. It's a big corporation, you know, and it became a realization that something has to be done. So they actually came up with some programs in land-based and even on board to make sure that this will not happen again. So I think that's something that can be done also because of what happened to MERS. That it was a rather bad learning, but they learned from it. The other one is it's also abuse, bullying, harassment. And you know, all of these publications are all marine storylines. So you can always land on the pages. And when you say pages, it's not just the paper, it's digital. And when the aggrieved party is so emotional because of what happened to my brother, this is what you call the NOK, the next of kin. Don't disregard the fact that they can create news for you. And they will create news that's not good for you because they will only come out because something happened and I cannot understand what happened. Also, this one, this is the brother and that's the lady. And of course, based on investigation, it was suicide, you know, but the sister is not accepting that.
Shipping ministry is quiet. They are not taking any action on this company. So I want to know, I want to request our shipping ministry to take serious actions against this company. And I want help from each one of you. Please help us. Please support us. I have seen mothers जो 12-12 दिन 15-15 दिन घर में मंदिर के आगे बैठी रही थी इन होप कि उनका बच्चा वापस आएगा उनको ऐसा था कि because no,
You know, when you see that, it's actually getting into your senses. So you'll feel bad, you'll feel angry. So that became very viral, and she even had a GoFundMe, you know, campaign. So, in spite of the fact that there was an investigation, you know, and unfortunately, in the process, in all the storytelling, then somebody went to jail. Okay? So, you know, NOKs can bring this up to a certain level wherein the government agencies will act on it. They will go through an investigation. It also happened here in the Philippines, by the way. And I know because it's a case that is MTI. If you're familiar with this, the social media, this is a realization. Once it gets viral in social media, there's no stopping. So this is about the crew, the mother that did not accept the fact that somehow something happened, and you know, so she asked for share. It became like 9,500 posts reposts, 340,000 interactions, 742,000 shares, and it reached 18.6 million views on one day and 26.5 million views in a week. And the thing is, it reached a very critical media then who's running for Senate. I'm sure our Filipino crew here, you know his guy, right? What's his name? Tulfo. Here in the Philippines, when something is wrong and they want to complain, they will always say, ipatulfo mo na yan. So during the time, he was running for Senate and he has a very strong following, millions. So they were able to land in his program. You know, they talked about it, and his role really is to bring this to the politicians, the government agencies. There was a point that I even have to be interviewed, you know, so a lot. This went on. We even had to reach out to Meta then. Now Meta, before it's Facebook, because of community standards. And it was also stressful for all the other crew on board because the family is trying to look for them to find out really what happened. So, why are we here? You know, as MTI Network, this is our role every time. We want to minimize unwanted publicity. We always want to set the media agenda. We have to. Otherwise, all the stories will come from this and that. And because we are, you know, when something happens, it's not just like the ship owner. There's the crew, there's the technical, there's the PNI, and so forth and so on. So we have to obtain the share of voice. And we have to correct misperceptions if there are some coming out. And we have to make sure that there's efficient flow of balanced information. And for the crew, you have to know that whatever we're doing is this red one. Protect the company reputation and protect your jobs. Now you understand? I can't hear you. You understand? Yes. There. So when things go wrong, we're like hanging on a cliff like this. We're like, so one voice, one message. And these are the stakeholders. You're talking about the owners, managers, operators, charterers, customers, the masters, officers, crew, regulators, QI response, contractors, insurers, authorities, and emergency services. So this is like the whole, scenario when there's a crisis. But objective is to have one voice, one message. So where do you fit in here? Because you're online, you're in front, you're up there. So wherever you are, whether you're on board the vessel or if you're in the office or if you're in the hotel where you're billeted because there's an investigation going on, the media will hound you. Okay? This is one of those challenges when you are, had that direct exposure of the ship. And I'll show you something that, the ship was called by a media.
I'm calling from RTV. We're a local TV station near Antwerp. My name's Elise Peters. I understand you have some pollution, Captain.
No, we don't have its pollution. It's pollution from this vessel who is collided to us here.
All right.
It's a small coaster.
You're saying your
tanker.
vessel is not responsible for the pollution?
No, not responsible for any pollution from our side.
Okay.
You don't blame. First, how do you answer that? When somebody suddenly, your phone is ringing and there's a media on the other line. There seems, do you have protocols established on how to manage a call coming in to the bridge? How do you answer that? So you have to be able to activate already your crisis contingency if you have that. and make sure that each one knows the role that they have to play. So I guess you have DPAs and you have the master and so forth and so on, and with the crewing, the manning. So this has to be centralized and it should go to one contact point. So when an incident happens, so it may only be minutes until that first call. So it's very crucial that you keep calm, okay? Be polite, be firm, and everyone should have a plan. What are we going to do? How are we going to handle this? So I'm going to show you something that is a scenario that we'll just pretend that happened. Okay. Can you read? Can you read? Okay. The scenario is the time a bulk carrier was on passage through the Red Sea from Singapore to Suez at 0400. The vessel was advised to proceed with caution as coalition warship in the area recently shot down a drone in the vicinity in the Arabian Sea. Whilst the time was on passage in the Gulf of Aden, the vessel was contacted via VHF and received demands to change its course and divert towards Yemen. Disregarding the demands, the vessel continued on its original path. At 0430, two skiffs approached the vessel, fired shots at the tanker, and attempted to board the ship. The vessel engaged evasive maneuvers, and which prompted the attackers to call off the course or the approach. An anti-ship missile was subsequently fired at the vessel, which exploded approximately 200 meters away from the vessel. At 0530 LT, a second missile was fired and hit the port side of the vessel. The missile strike caused severe damage to the port side cargo tank and ignited the cargo inside the tank. Firefighting efforts are in progress and the crew are attempting to extinguish the fire. Two crew members thought to be on the deck at the time of the incident suffered serious injuries. Both the crewmen are currently receiving medical treatment on board. UK MTO, US, French naval authorities have all been informed, and UK MTO coordinating coalition warships in area. So that's the scenario. I'm sure something like this will probably go inside the office. Unfortunately, someone suddenly called. Can I ask Chief Engineer Alan Ausa to receive the call? Chief Engineer Alan, where are you? Where are you? Okay. Hello? Hello, is this Chief Engineer Alan? Let's just pretend the phone rang. Okay. Kring! Kring! Is it busy? Kring! Okay.
Yes, at the last row, ma'am.
Okay. Is this
Good
Chief?
afternoon.
Yeah, Chief Engineer Alan. This is Gina. I'm calling from the office of Secretary Hans Kakda of the Department of Migrant Workers. Is this Chief Engineer Alan? You're the crewing manager, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you tell me something about the time? Because we heard it's not yet that much information, but we just wanted to confirm, or you can confirm with us if this really happened.
I heard about that information, and I would like to say, and we will go return to you after I complete my details.
Are you saying that you're gonna call me back?
I will call you back.
Do you know my number?
So
Okay,
if
so I'm gonna
have
give you
to-
my number 1, 2, 3, 4,
If you
5,
have
6.
to.
Yes. Okay. Shall I expect your call? Because this is for Secretary Hans Kakdak. Sir, I think he's being called by the president. Can I expect a call? Because otherwise we will call the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Marine Affairs.
Are you still there, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what shall I do? Tell me. I need information. Sir, I'll call you back because I'm being called by Secretary Hans Kakda.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, I hung up already. He wants to continue conversation. Okay, anyway, I'll just show you that there was already like a news that came out. Okay, I didn't have anything. I didn't see anything. So this came out. You know, Ambre, the time, and so forth and so on. So this came out. So I didn't get anything from him, but I'm just going to show you something that probably you can use. Everyone will have to take note of this because I'm sure you know you have your protocols, right? And how to answer. But this can probably help you. You did already without the script. But if there's a script, this is how it should be. Okay? So, somebody called you. Actually, I'm not even media. I was from the Office of the Department of Migrant Workers. So this time I'm going to be media. So, can I call again Chief Engineer Alan?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Is this Chief Engineer Alan?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm calling. This is from ABS-CBN, and I have some news that I monitored, and there seems to be a problem with one of your ships. Can you tell us more about this? Or in Tagalog, pwede po ba ninyo akong bigyan ng mga karagdagang informasyon tungkol sa pangyayaring to? Kasi meron po kaming mga kilala na kamag-anak ng mga crew on board that vessel.
Of course, I would like, I thank you for your call. Everyone on board the ship is busy at the moment dealing with the current situation. We have to free up this line immediately, but we are happy to give you the number of our management office who will be able to help you. The number is 6569220260. Thank you.
Okay, actually, thank you, sir. Thank you. You really read the whole script, huh?
Thank you.
But you can actually tweak it differently to make it look like, am I talking to a recording machine? Okay, but you know, that is supposedly a script if and when the call will go to the bridge. Because you saw the other call, right? She was able to get into the bridge. So normally, I mean, sometimes they call and it ends up at the bridge. It's like the master. And that is how the master should answer it. Because you are attending to something very important on board the vessel. I'm really sorry. I cannot attend to you right now. We have to free up this line. But you may call this number, blah, 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 blah. Again, thank you very much. And hang up. Okay? So that's the way it should be. Okay. So something happened already and it came out and wait. Let me. This one is not.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good evening. I'm Walter Morrow, and welcome to tonight's breaking news. Our top story: Houthi militants continue their attacks on international commercial vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden with a deadly strike this morning, reiterating their demands for an end to Israeli military action in Gaza. Jim Schumer reports for CNN from our regional office in Dubai.
The escalation of Houthi attacks on shipping, despite the efforts of the U.S.-led coalition to provide protection, have at last proved fatal. Sources confirming that a seafarer was killed when the bulk carrier Time was struck by one of two anti-ship ballistic missiles launched from Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen whilst transiting the Red Sea. It's believed that the missile's explosive impact caused a breach in the ship's hull and fuel tanks, resulting in a major fire on board and spillage of fuel oil. The crew spent hours battling the blaze, eventually assisted by the USS Mason, a United States naval vessel that rushed to the scene once the attack was reported. Sources have confirmed that the fire is now out, but there are grave concerns for 2 crew members who have sustained life-threatening injuries in the aftermath of the attack and have been flown to the naval vessel for urgent treatment. The Houthi rebels in Yemen have claimed responsibility, but they have not revealed why this particular vessel was targeted in this deadly attack.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
You'll probably ask, did it really happen? It's only for exercise purposes, okay? They're probably, did it happen? We created that so that you know how the impact it is going to be. If it's a CNN or it's BBC or the other, media network, that's how it's going to be told. Okay, so let's just pretend that really it happened. And it came out in CNN, although here in the Philippines, we don't have CNN Philippines anymore, right? But it can still come out in any of the major media network. And so I have another drill that I'm gonna call on someone. So he has to have the phone. Do you have it? I'm calling Captain Cruz, Robinson Cruz. Kring! Kring! Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Si Captain Cruz po ba to?
Yes, ma'am. Who is this?
Kapatid po ako nung isang crew sa barko nyo. Nakita po namin, nabasa po namin na may nangyari dun sa barko na inatake daw somewhere, na may mga nasaktan. Kasama po ba siya sa nasaktan?
We will confirm to you later because we are on a crisis team and we're still validating from the vessel master about the situation.
So hindi nyo po alam kung yung kapatid ko ay kasama doon?
We still don't have any confirmation about the details on board.
We are so worried. So ano pong gagawin namin? Kasi po, hindi po namin makontak yung cellphone niya. We're calling him. I'm actually an NOK. I'm a relative of one of the crew. So I'm talking to the crewing or the manning agency about what's happening because I saw the story. So that's going to happen, okay? Because the news came out, and so the NOK will call. So how do you handle that? That's the thing that we need to work on. So the family will call definitely next of kin, and if a family member calls the bridge, or if and when they call your crewing or your manning, you have to get their name, because sometimes they say next of kin, but they're not the next of kin. It could be somebody from a media outlet who's just trying to pretend as a next of kin. So it's crucial to take their number, their name, and the crew member they're calling about. Do not disclose information about the incident. Tell them someone will be in contact from the crewing department. Okay, that's very important. So we have one last drill, and I need my girls. The girls and the people who came out of the office. And I'm going to be the lead reporter because I'd like, can you come up here? Here, please. I hope this is helping you, okay? Because anytime they can just ambush you. Come here. Where's Captain Batian Sila and Captain Baloloy? Okay, this can happen anywhere, okay? You say, what if it's the crew of the ship and they're somewhere billeted in a hotel somewhere in the other side of the world, then you can stay up here because we want to show them how. Come on. Where are the victims? Sir. Sir, you pretend that this is the door. You're both, the two of you. Now I know why you've been asking me earlier a lot of questions, because I think you know that you'll be part of the thrill. Okay. Okay, I'm just giving you a tip if and when. You don't wear anything that will tell who you are and what company you are in. So no brand. Okay? So when you're out there, make sure that you are not branded. You're not, you don't have your names on it. So of course don't worry. It's okay, sir. So I'm just saying, okay? No brands. You have to be more aggressive. Okay? Sir, just pretend that you're getting out of the office, and we have to make sure that we get the two persons, because I have to have the news, and I heard that they're coming out of the office. So make sure you get her. Hey. Hi sir, I'm Gina. I'm actually I okay. Can you tell us something about the problem that you have in one of your shifts?
Yes, it has been handled by our company. So please, you may ask them, because we are updating them anytime, any update, any progress of the incident. So we will deliver it to them. So please ask them.
Okay, so can I quote you?
Yes, why not? But please, I'm not confirming anything so far.
Are you the official spokesperson?
No.
Okay, so you told me something.
Yes.
Okay, you stay there first. Okay. Don't go yet. Okay, that's without practice, okay? You know why I showed you his hand? Never ever give your hand. Because if you have a lot of media right here, I'm gonna pull you somewhere here. Sir, have a seat. Yeah? So I'll show you how you should do it. Okay? Because you're not even the spokesperson. But you already told me, deliver what? What are you delivering to what? So the news, so okay. So I assume that you are the spokesperson because you told me that. But this is how you should do it. But I'll show you, sir. O, practice ha. So I'm not a spokesperson for the company. Please call the office for further information. Yun lang. O sige nga, tingnan natin kung makalusot ka sa akin. Ay, halika na, dali, halika na. Ito na sila. Sir. Ay, ano? Sir, can you tell us?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Meron po ba kayo masasabi tungkol doon sa inyong barko?
Wala na po akong masabi sa inyo dahil nandun na po lahat ng information sa kumpanya namin.
He still hasn't gotten. This is what you're supposed to do. First, you're not the official spokesperson. Zero. Keep moving to where you are going. Say, excuse me, and get them together. Okay? Okay, let's practice again. Okay. Again. Dali. Yan ang kailangan mo yan. Okay. Basahin mo uli yan, ha? I'm not a spokesperson for the company. Please call the office for further information. And then, thank you, excuse me, but don't, excuse me, thank you, excuse me. Okay. Hala, dali. Hello, sir. Balita ako, kayo yung spokesperson ba kayo?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, pero tumingin pa uli siya sa camera. Thank you very much. Thank you, girls. Thank you. It's not really that easy, I know. How do you, go out and move And always make sure that you go fast, but don't run. Okay? So now is the very famous social media. Let me just show you this uncontrollable media.
The increasing use of social media on many different platforms has been on the rise for the best part of 2 decades. It now touches almost everyone's life in some way because it has become an integral part of how we communicate. From staying in touch with family and friends, to updating the world with what you're doing, to even doing business online. Social media has changed how we live our lives. If Facebook were a country, it would be the largest country in the world at 2.4 billion users. Other social media platforms, including YouTube and WhatsApp, also have more than 1 billion users each. These numbers are huge. There are 7.7 billion people in the world, with at least 3.5 billion of us online. This means social media platforms are used by 1 in 3 people in the world and more than 2/3 of all internet users. Social media has changed the world. The rapid and vast adoption of these technologies is changing how we find partners, how we organize to demand political change, or even influence the stock market. But most importantly, how we access information from the news. Social media thrives on controversial or visually stimulating imagery. Shipping incidents can provide those elements in abundance. As a seafarer, ensuring you're aware that what you do and say on social media, particularly during an incident, could have damaging consequences not only for the company you work for, but also your own personal reputation.
So I'm sure all of you are in Facebook. Yes? Yes? Okay. How many phones do you have? 1, 2? More. Okay. So you need to know your digital footprint. So, yeah, but my what do you call it? My profile is private. Sorry, when you're in Meta, you're no longer private. You're public. And Meta, Instagram, right? Hopefully you're not tweeting, but you can imagine that you have an ID already in the global social media. So it's very important to understand that anything that you post can impact on the reputation of your company. There are things that you are not supposed to be sharing in media, or especially social media, especially when you're complaining about something instead of you talking to, the inside authorities, or the company who's supposed to be handling your gripes. You rant on social media, right? There are issues that can be handled internally but never engaged in social media, because once you post it there, it's going to be there forever. And it's going to impact the reputation of your company. So there are also some posts that are very sensitive. You don't want to post on someone who got hurt or got killed, and that shows the face of the person, and that person is known to the other, crew, who will share it also with other crew, and so forth and so on, until it's shared by a lot of people. No, it's not. It's not right. You don't post through your Facebook page an accident because, like, I have to report this to the office. Oh, I will just send it through our Facebook page. Okay. No, it should be shared internally through an email, not showing it to, you know, how will your customers think of you when you do that? See, never ever do that. Photos for the office goes into the internal system. And are you in WhatsApp? or WeChat, anything that you talk about inside that, if and when you end up in a suit, can be used. Like, for example, the DALI, that's why they had to get all of the phones, because that will be a source of information. Was there something that happened that we don't know, that maybe they're conversing already? So be aware that in certain jurisdictions, private messages can be legally obtained to assist with an investigation. WeChat gathered as evidence to assist investigation in the USA. Mobile phones legally seized as evidence from seafarers in the US. So, be responsible. Be, careful. Once you share, especially personal stuff that will impact on the reputation of the organization, will also ruin your own reputation as a seafarer, your integrity. So with that, I close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. But just to share something about DALI, of course, nothing to do with me, but I will tell you this. Uh, so I have some. I'm a part of a social group, a WhatsApp group that has about 3,000 odd members from my college, and one of the person, my junior, much junior to me, was also in that group. And after this DALI incident happened, people started to, I mean, this was very early, probably before the mobile phones were confiscated from the ship. And because you were a media partner on that, for that, so I can share this with you. So people started questioning, and one of the guys asked, "Is there anyone on DALI who is our junior?" And this fellow, and there was one cadet, "Yes, sir, I'm here." And people started to ask questions about the DALI. And even though I had nothing to do with it, and probably, everybody can do with little bit of gossip, but I immediately, it was pretty late in the night, and I told him to shut up and mind his own business. Because things can go wrong with anyone, things can go wrong with any organization. So we do not need to use every opportunity to get back at anyone who is able to do the same when the time is wrong for us. Okay. So moral of the story, there would be people in and around the media platforms to get gossip from you, but whatever gossip you make or whatever gossip you give could actually haunt you back, or could hurt you. Okay. So please listen to whatever she had to say, because all that is vitally important. Media um, can be really, or media handling can be a two-edged sword. If you handle the media well, you can use it to your advantage. But very rarely we in this room, or people in this room, are capable of doing that. So stay away from the media as much as you can. And if you really have to do that, then just walk past. Yeah. If you cannot avoid them, just walk past. My suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gina. Okay, we can move to for a tea break, and after the tea break, we are going to have a breakout room session and some exercises which we have devised. So let's have a quick tea break at the moment. And there is just opposite the registration table, there is on the wall there is a distribution list of the groups. So please have a look. Everybody, please have a look for your positions and names there in the list for the groups. Uh, uh, someone has dropped a parking ticket near. You can collect it from the registration. The number it's a Fortuner. So if someone has dropped a parking ticket, please collect it from the registration table. The last digit is 104. Car number 104.
fake it and it isn't alright. I'm not gonna make it. And I get my shoes untied. I'm like a broken record. I'm like a broken record, and I'm not playing right. Just gonna go making it till you tell me on the heavenly phone. So hold tight, come on, come on, come on. Don't let go. It's alright, she said. I got my hands up, shaking just to let you know that you got a higher power. Got me singing every second, dancing every hour. Oh yeah, you've got a higher power, and you really someone. Electric, this boy is electric, and you sparkling like the universe connected. I'm buzzing, night after night after night. This joy is electric, this joy is electric, and you're sucking through. I'm so happy that I'm alive, happy I'm alive at the same time as you. You've got a higher power. I'm singing every second, dancing every hour. Oh yeah, you've got a higher power, and you really someone. I've been down on my knees, and your love song set me over. Singing every second, dancing every hour. You've got a higher power, singing every second, dancing every hour.
Raul Soda. What up, MTW? This is the remix. You make me feel this way.
See her over there, the way that she's moving, she makes me wanna dance, get up and go on. She dance with me, I'll never, never know unless I ask her now. I can't let you go, let you go, let you go. You make me feel this way. Never before did I need so much more. Come true, how can you make them I can't let you go, let you go, let you go.
This year we've had to lose dancing. We've lost dancing.
All the group D1, all the group D1 can move here. The D1 can move here. Please take your seats. E1 is here.
Trust me, love. I'm right here, love. Come close to love. Tell you about the way I'm feeling. Don't run, love. Move me, love. Move me, love. Something about the way I'm feeling. Feeling. I'm feeling. Feeling. Something about the way I'm feeling. Feeling. I'm feeling. I'm feeling something about the way I'm feeling. Take all of me from head to feet. Don't have to speak. Come be my love. Complete me love. Teach me love. Something about the way I'm feeling. Bless me love. Arrest me love. Contest me love. Something about the way I'm feeling. Make me love. Break me love. Shake me love. Something about the way I'm feeling.
I think this room will be smaller for you. Please follow me. Please follow me.
Something about the way I'm feeling. 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 Something about the way I'm feeling.
Check. Check. Okay, please take a seat. Please take a seat. Let me know everybody has a seat.
Give me just a second to collect my thoughts. I just can't admit it, but I'm all yours. I'm caught in the middle between right and wrong. Just like a puppet, you string me along. All of these visions of you replaying in my mind. I shouldn't pick up all your clothes, but I want you tonight. Oh, all the roads they lead me right back right to you again. Oh, again. I tried to get you, but you're still right there in my head. Oh, in my head. I want you, I need you. From the dark side of the morning, I want you, I need you. All the roads they lead me right back right to you again. Oh, again. Why do I question? Make not mistakes when it's so damn easy to just walk away. Something about you that I can't escape. My heart's in pieces when you say my name. All of these visions of you replaying in my mind, my mind. I should have picked up all your clothes, but I want you tonight. Oh, all the roads they lead me right back right to you again. Oh, you again. I tried to get you, but you're still right there in my head. Oh, in my head. I don't want you, but I need you. On the dark side of the morning, I don't want you, but I need you. And all the roads they lead me right back right to you again. Oh, again. All the road they lead me back to you. All the road they lead me back to you. All the road they lead me back to you. All the road. All the roads they lead me right back right to you again. Oh, you again. I tried to get you, but you're still right there in my head. Oh, in my head. On the road. got a chance to try. How can I be sorry if I don't know what to cry? I should be mad cause you never told me why. Still, I can't seem to say goodbye. Ooh, yeah. When I try to fall back, I fall back to you. Yeah. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. Yeah. When Hennessy's strong, I say it's you, it's you, it's you. Yeah. No, I never moved on, but trust me, I tried. Yeah. Forgive you, I can't have the lie. Yeah. When Hennessy's strong, I say it's you, it's you, it's you. It's you, it's I'm good at overthinking, but I haven't even got this far. All I know is I'm honest. In the backseat of your Corvette car, you got me in my palace, and you got me right your fingertip. So we feel up with you, boo. But everything about you know I can't resist. How could you ever leave me without a chance to try? How can I be sorry if I don't know the crime? I should be mad that you never told me why. Still I can't say goodbye. When I try to fall back, I fall back to you. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. When I just say strong, I say it's you, it's you, it's you. I do. It's you, it's all alone in a parking lot. This wasn't where she thought she would be. Rain is coming down and ain't letting up. But sometimes what you want isn't what you need. He was perfect, so damn perfect, and he said she'd be his girl. She thought.
Yes, sir.
So all collaborate and put in your points, huh?
Go for it, can I go for it?
For example, you landed the sample to your laboratory, to UMMS. We arranged your analysis, and then the result came off-spec. Off-spec would be anything. Maybe the result is high, or maybe the TSP, the total sediment potential, is high, or the water is high, or the aluminum silicon is high. It can be anything.
So, do we have all the navigators ready for the exercise? Okay, great. So, we are going to share a very interesting grounding case with you. I will briefly explain what happened, and then we can together do a little bit of brainstorming on this incident. You know, grounding is a very serious issue, and this is one case, but we don't want you to just stick to this. Use your imagination and think of what all things can go wrong that can lead to a grounding, and what all we can do prevent such incidents from happening ever again. We got a lot of experience in this room. Let's do a good brainstorming together, come out with the points, discuss the points together, and then one of you will get all the points, come up on the stage, and then we'll discuss it together. Thank you. So roughly the incident is one of our vessels, actually a container ship, was instructed to head to the port of Kota Kinabalu. The port is in Bangladesh. They got the instruction to proceed to this port, but actually the berth was different. The name of the berth was Sapnagar. Can you see? You all have a printout also showing the charts and the basic information. This vessel, while proceeding to the pilot station, she ran aground near the Normanhurst Reef. The port control asked the vessel to proceed to the pilot boarding point, but they did not clarify the exact location and the approach details. The bridge team was relying solely on unclear understanding, and they proceeded to the port of Kinabalu at excessive speed. Despite getting warnings from onboard navigational systems, shallow water warning, the team failed to take corrective action in time. When the pilot finally instructed the vessel to proceed, taking a starboard turn, it was too late. And fortunately, although there was no damage and the vessel was refloated after 3 days, the incident highlights several critical issues, but I won't tell you all that because I want you all to discuss this and come out with the points. Let's do a brainstorming together. Thank you.
What do we have here? Certain changes or stability of the ship. So your question is first, number one. What is it? Huh? What is it? Which question is number one? BDM design for full quantity. Sudden change.
Yung preventive natin, kung ano yung naisulat natin dyan, yan ang gagawin natin preventive. Kung ano yung isulat natin ito yung ano yung natin, ilagay natin sa ano, preventive. Halimbawa, itong sudden changes of trim. Na, halimbawa, nagpa-final sounding tayo, pero ang operation sa barko, tuloy-tuloy, lalo pag mabilis. Oo, lalo yung pag mabilis. Pagbabago yun sa trim. So, ang preventive natin dyan, i-stop natin yung mag-ask ng permission ni Kapitan or ni Chief Mate to stop the operation. O yan ang ilagay natin sa preventive. Tapos, di ba nag-ano tayo sa trim nga change, yung sudden changes of trim, di ba? Naglagay tayo. So ilagay natin sa preventive na dapat before tayo pagtapos ng mga ano, before ma-finish tayo sa pag-carry, mag-final sounding, i-stop natin yung operation sa vessel. Ano natin si Chipmate, i-request natin kay Chipmate na i-even kill yung ano. Tapos kung kailangan mag-balance, parehas i-pantay ba? Before finish operation? Before finish bunkering operation, final sounding, we have to request. We have to cooperate. Cooperate with chief officer to stop the operation of the vessel. Regular calibration. Kung anong isulat natin dito, yan ang i-ano natin dyan sa preventive. Sulat mo yan para specific sir. Preventive. Issue that put the vessels okay na to? Tama na to. Ikaw pa rin explain natin. Basahin lang yan, basahin. Para i-finalize. Sulat ni final ba? Hindi magaling, maganda pa yung mga sulat mo. Hindi ko paswado kami dito. What is it? Utang ilas ka agad kasi sus, end up yes, bago. Sulat ulit. Yan na lang. Tapos ito, ito na lang. Temperature, fluctuation, that effect the number 2. Isa-isa tayo. Detect the volume. Explain tayo, may kupon yan. Tayo yung possibility. Sama, maganda mo sulat. Yes. Tama naman yung inano nila kanina. Suggested nila. Dito, may kapay na. Sino talaga ba ito? Including the documentation. Including the documentation. You may have heard of some chemical or something during that time, like amino effect. Yeah. Earlier, that was a very big issue. Before we conduct. Earlier mainly in Singapore, the issue was since the bunker, once you take the bunker, in that hours, you find everything is okay. But after one day, you find there is a idugtong mo lang. Sir. Tinuruan namin sila sir kung paano ko. Sir, okay na sir? Oh, may 10 minutes pa naman. Mabilis sinabi. Wala man sir. Random lang siguro. Ito yung turo namin. Tambahan mo. Tambahan na yan. Tama yan. Na, ito yun. Ay, ito lang tanong na lahat. Hindi pagsama niya rito para malinis yung ano ba. Para malinis tayo. Lipat mo pa. Ayan, depende. Ano yan? Mas mahirap po sa kanila. Buti nga sa atin. Ito, gagawa ka ng media. Paano mo mapaliwanag yan?
Gagawa ka ng ano nito, gagawa ka ng
Yeah,
we are to finalize the sir.
our concern is the immediate sign to state actual kasi that this is there is three number one is what is incorrect sounding, wrong calculation, education, incorrect. Final something should take regularly. Something different. Before being very the basic something. State regularly implement sticker marketing always operation malas cargo operation always depende yan sa tansan marunong yun wala na yung dito sa lalagay nila nila pin kasi pagkiring na rin milyon nila milyon milyon ang polita kabali talagang dali mo man dito ano super fatigue no hindi mo rin kasi human error eh buyar lagay mo dito para oh
Okay, time is up. Please proceed and go back to your respective chairs. All right, everyone, let's do it. All right. Okay. All are, yeah. Nah, it's already ready. They're waiting, sir. Yeah, they are waiting. They get already the information. So anyone who is ready, can you say, anybody from the group who's ready that you can present? Ah, oh. Magkirig po ka lang sa chapter 6. Nasaan na yung pagka may problema na ako na.
Okay. Uh, you please get back to your seats now, and we'll all those who are still finishing the points, you can continue. The groups which have completed, we can start the presentation for them first. We'll do that. I think Sandeep, so your side, we can start first.
Group 2, the chosen candidates, the 2 cadets, and engine side. Yes, the bunkering.
Pag mag-uumpisa, chapter 6. Pag nagka-problema, no? Halimbawa, yung incident na yan, ongoing, chapter 11, contingency. Cover mo. Ngayon, pagka no choice, no? Chapter 7. Ano yung 7? Sa TMSA.
Where's your chief engineer? The chief engineer is
Okay. Pag damage na, di ba? Gagawa ang report. Pag hindi mo kaya, sa susunod ulit, para hindi na mangyari. Chapter 9. Risk assessment.
all right. We just to recap. I'll brief you about what we just did. The whole group was divided into 4 subgroups. That is D1, D2 for the deck side, and E1, E2 for the engine side. And the engine side, they went to a breakout room, and where they were further divided into smaller groups, and given some scenarios for bunkering. So they have collaborated together and put in the points for various scenarios, and they will be presenting their case now one by one with the scenario.
What shall we do with the? You can just hold it if you want. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are presenting Group 2 first. Out of the breakout room, we had 2 cadets who had joined in the Group 2, and we want them to be a part of the presentation because they have to understand the scenario. They've never done a bunkering operation, but I'm hoping that this exercise was helpful for them. We have Chief Engineer Andrisola with us who would do the main presentation, and some points compiled, and we would try to add in. If you guys have any suggestions or any additional points from your end, please feel free to let us know after the presentation ends.
You can use the other mic if you.
The topic of the breakout room was uh, the first scenario was bunkering is in progress, and at the time of final topping up, the chief engineer realizes that he is going to receive more than his calculated final soundings, and the ullage of the tanks showed that.
So good afternoon, everyone, sirs and madams. My name is Second Engineer Adresola. We are here as the Group 2 from Engine Department. We are to discuss all in all, two scenarios which has been given to us to enumerate what might be the possible actions that we can do while dealing with these scenarios. So first scenario is bunkering is in progress. At the time of final topping up, Chief Engineer realizes that he is going to receive more than his calculated final sounding or ullage of the tank. So we have all been unanimous on this first step to be taken, which is immediately stop bunkering operation. As we can see in the presentation, it is also being mentioned, which is stop bunkering after receiving nominated quantities and cross-check the calculations. So this might also happen. There are some errors in the delivery of the bunkers. That's why we need to be very careful and follow as if it is our Bible, the bunkering procedures and all being stated in the bunkering plan. So during our discussion, next is in our group, we mentioned that we need to inform the master so we can notify the office. So in the presentation, it is check sounding tape and gauges for correctness. Okay, sir. So this could happen also that the sounding tapes and gauges are having some error, and also we have also in the ship the remote or the digital sounding monitor, which can also give erroneous reading, with, which might also lead to um, miscalculation and also big difference in actual sounding of the quantity. So in the third procedure, it is being said that check the trim or list. So here we said that we need to coordinate also with chief officer regarding trim calculation, including sounding. Because it can also happen that there might be some external factors that can also affect the operations, including the possible ingress of water to the ballast tanks as well as to the fuel tanks. There might be some unmonitored happenings which have been taken place while the operation is ongoing. Like there might be something happened that damaged the hull, which caused the possible ingress of water to the tanks. So fourth is check valve positions to ensure correct valves were open for bunkering. This one is also being mentioned in our discussions because there are some instances also that the valves might be the valve's condition might be out of place, and there might be instances that the valves are not being fully closed, even though it is indicating that it is already in the closed position. So there might be some errors also on that part that we need to check. Anyway, these are all being being written also during the pre-checks on during the bunkering checklist. Okay, I will give some task also to the cadets. Number 6, um, Cadet Martinez, can you read please? Number 6.
For number 6, inform office of the situation and also to charterers, owners as needed.
Um, we put this informing of the office of the situation also to charters owners as needed, or we can call them the concerned parties. On the second thing to be done during this kind of scenarios, because we believe that this one is
More important.
more important and one of the most paramount thing to do, because this one is a very serious situation that might lead to catastrophic effects, not only on the ship's property, lives at sea, and also to the marine environment. Number 7.
Number 7, do not overbunker unless approved by office owners and charterers.
So
How much percentage should we take in the bunker tank?
as much as possible, sir, we just put about, as per bunkering checklist, we only need to put about 85%. But if it comes to the point that we need to extend a little bit, we should not be doing more than 90%. Otherwise, when we do 90%, we need also to provide risk assessment and also seek office approval for this matter, sir.
Okay, very good.
And also, it is being said here that we need to cross-check, because we know that the supplier is also providing COQ, which is a certificate of quality of the fuel being supplied. So we need to cross-check also if it is in sync with what is being supplied in actual, and also if it is still beyond within the limits being provided as per checklist. But in my personal experience, this rarely happens because the company's instruction is we need to do the bunkering plan way more safe than the actual, which is the 0.88 density. So for me, it really rarely happens. Okay. Okay, number 8. Ikaw naman, Navarrete.
Number 8, issue LOP if needed.
Okay. For those who do not know, LOP means letter of protest. This one is being done whenever there are any issues arising from the any discrepancies being observed and noted on the operations. Okay. Number 9.
Number 9, check for external leakage in the fuel tank such as from ballast water tank.
Okay. This one is also included on the coordination with the chief officer. Joint joint investigations on the engine department side and also the deck department sides. Okay, number 9. Hindi ko na nabarito. Hanggang 10 ka.
Cappuccino bunker, sir.
Number 9 pa lang.
Number.
Oh, yeah.
Already 10 na, sir.
Okay, number 10 is cappuccino bunkers. So here we can also, this one is being done visually. That's why we have also this procedure during the bunkering, which is also indicated in the bunkering procedures. We need also to check the quality of the bunker being supplied. If it is indicating some cappuccino-like texture, which can be also affecting the actual sounding, therefore giving erroneous readings, sir. So we are now moving on to the next scenario.
Wait, 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Before you move to the next one, I
Okay, sir.
just want to understand what is the impact of it. Suppose now I'm just giving you a scenario.
Okay,
So
sir.
you are supposed to receive 700.
Yes, sir.
Because of any of this issue,
Yes,
you
sir.
had to stop at 680 because your 680 has become 700, right?
Yes, sir.
So what happens to this 20 metric ton of fuel which is left on the barge?
As per my previous experience, sir, this one is being discussed by the chief engineer and the master to the office. They are to discuss with the supplier regarding this matter. If the office also instructs that if we can find some more free tanks in order to accommodate the remaining 20 metric tons, then it is much better. But if we ought to confirm that there are no more available tanks, we need also to inform the office and discuss it with the supplier if what will be done to the remaining 20 metric tons, sir.
Yeah. Okay, good. You are informing the office. Why I brought up this one so that you all understand what happens to this 20 metric ton fuel. Suppose you are not able to take it anymore. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Charterers has already stemmed this quantity.
Yes, sir.
This quantity of fuel has been taken by the barge, custom clearance, everything is done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So charter is not going to get this 20 money back for this 20 metric ton. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
charters will say that your vessel has done a wrong calculation. So who pays for it at the end?
What, sir?
Who
Sorry.
pays for it at the end? Charters will say that your vessel has not able to take. Vessel confirmed that they will take 700 metric ton.
Yes, sir.
They took only 680. So who's going to pay for this 20 metric ton?
Yes, sir. That is why in our end as the ship staff, sir, we need to be very careful in planning the bunkering, sir.
Yes, that is what I would try to point out, that what is the commercial and what is the losses to the owners.
Yes, sir.
So one simple calculations or not checking or following the checklist brings a loss to owners for 10 times 20 metric tons of fuel. Okay, this is the impact.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
now tell us what you will do, what steps you will do so that you don't have this problem.
First off, sir, we need to be very careful. When I say be very careful, we need to, if not check, double check. If you can triple check everything, and we have also, we cannot be lost on this matter because we have already been provided with such checklists, risk assessments, which clearly reminds us of if ever that we might forget something. We just need to follow the forms and checklist provided to us in order to make it the operation successful, sir.
Okay, very correctly said. Very simple thing. If you can follow the checklist, it should be done. Because what happens that it becomes that we are taking bunker every month, so I know what I'm going to do, and you are high chance that you will miss something, and then this issue will come. So follow the checklist. Checklist is nothing, is not teaching you or giving you any knowledge. It is just helping you so that you do not miss out anything. A simple miss out is money for someone. Okay, so we have to focus on this one.
I think we need a lot more seriousness in this issue than what is written on the board. I think what he has covered is quite quite good. But I would like to, I would like you to understand bunkering. And every time every time for the last few years, I've been saying this. The bunkering operation converts for some time a bulk carrier into a tanker. The focus that we need to have is very similar to what we need to have while we are doing a tanker operation. That is number one. So we need to be careful as to what all can go wrong, and a lot of things can go wrong, but we have to be prepared. I think we still see, and there are clear directions from our side, clear direction from owner's side as to the bunkering rate. Uh, that also should be taken into consideration. But more than the plan, it is the planning that is important. More than the plan, it is the planning that is important. More than how you would execute, as he rightly said, you need to check, and recheck. We have had cases whereby bunkers were stemmed more than the vessel could actually take. We have had cases where bunkers were returned, and all this is commercial issue. All this is financial loss to the owner. All that indicates that we are not focused in whatever we are doing. So, in order to make sure the things go right, they have to be planned correctly. You always do everything twice. Do you all understand this? You always do everything twice. First of all, you would be planning it in your mind, and secondly, you would be executing it on paper or in practice. So, what you do it in your mind should be perfect. There could be some external constraints, external factors that could probably make you not achieve whatever you have achieved in your mind. But it is very rare that you would be able to achieve more than what you have in your mind. Agreed? So please make sure that you should realize the problems associated with the bunkering. And while I'm at it, of course, I know there's uh, another uh, task that we have in terms of bunker quantity, etc. That there also, please understand that all that is required is your focus. Please understand that bunker costs $1,000 a ton. $1,000 bunker is about $1 million. I do not know about you guys, but I have yet to sign $1 million check ever. So please understand that you, every time you are signing the bunker delivery receipt, you are actually signing $1 million check. No less, no more. It would be $1 million at least. How many times you would check before you sign that check? If it was your own money, should be the same when you are signing that bunker delivery note, a bunker delivery receipt. Clear? Yeah? Agreed? Good. Thanks.
For the scenario number 2, one fuel oil tank overflows on the deck from the tank vent pipe. So before we proceed to the prevention and solution, I just want to tell you that those engine group 2 that went to the breakout room made the solution and prevention, but it is connected to the prevention and solution here in the PowerPoint. We cadets, we will read the prevention and solution, and second engineer Adrisola will explain it. Prevention and solution. Okay, I'll repeat the scenario. One fuel oil tank overflows on the deck from the tank vent pipe. Number one prevention. Stop bunkering and raise the alarm. Contain and clean the oil. Transfer oil to the other tank, relying on remote gauge, not monitoring gauge sounding. Two, pass pumping rate with respect to volume of tank.
And next says, no of tanks open for bunkering. 7 is leaking filling valve. 8, delayed action in opening valve. 9, wrong valve open, close. And last is communication failure with barge.
The prevention and solutions are being mentioned. I will just elaborate a little about these uh, statements. Number one is stop bunkering and raise the alarm. Of course, it is paramount. It is what is being needed to be done the most when the situation arises like this. Um, Again, it is already mentioned in the bunkering procedures. Contain and clean the oil. Second one, of course, we are going to prevent any spillage for the to the water. Um, Also, I would like to add something on this number two procedure, which is to inform also the master and most importantly raise an alarm to get everybody involved and initiate oil spill prevention procedure which are being taken which is being practiced regularly, which is the SOPIP drill. So I think we need to add this to the number two procedure. And also, where when we inform the master, it is also um, it is also to inform the office. Same with the first scenario, sir. Third is transfer oil to the other tanks. So this one is being done when there are still some free tanks which can accommodate the over quantity on the which we have these overflow valves that we need to open, which normally leading to the adjacent tanks, fuel tanks, which can also help ease and stop the continuous spilling of oil. Also, we need also to start the internal transfer, which is being done by the engine department, and on the deck department side, we need also to ensure that all scupper plugs are. Okay, sir. I think the mic is off, sir.
Okay,
Sure.
we are not discussing the what happens if the oil is overflow. Okay,
I'm sorry.
the point over here we need to discuss is okay. The case what you have told is that okay, tank has overflowed. Okay,
Yes, sir.
we just want to understand why it has overflowed.
Yes, sir.
What action to be taken if it is overflowed is not required. We are not discussing oil
Okay, sir, that
pollution.
is complete.
What we trying to understand is why it has overflowed and what you should do so that it should not overflow.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
so you only bring those points which is relevant to the overflow.
Okay, sir.
Okay, no need the action of overflow.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so what might have happened? Why the why the fuel overflow from the fuel tanks? So here we can stress out some key points which might have led to the happening of this certain scenario. So we we are also here also mentioned about the wrong valve open closed position. So this one is a very critical part that we need to check also before bunkering, because we need to confirm that we are um, tapping the correct tanks and not the tanks that are already full. So we need to double check the valves that it is correct, and also we need to check also prior the bunkering that the integrity of the valves are in good condition, meaning the valves are holding, no leaking, and also it is easily opened and closed. And also relying on remote gauge, this one is a very, in my own opinion, a very complex part, because for me, I rather rely on the actual sounding rather than the remote sounding, because as I've said, it can give you a very far from the actual reading, because there might be some errors already, because given that it is electronic, and in my opinion, to see is to believe. Okay. Too fast
There is,
pump.
in
Yes, sir.
case you can check the vents also. If the tank which is not designated to be topped up,
Yes, sir.
and if you can feel the air coming out,
Yes, sir.
then that is the indication. And then the initial part is very important.
Yes, sir.
When you start taking bunker, you have to sound those tanks which you are not taking,
Yes, sir.
and make sure they are not coming up.
Yes, sir.
Second thing, many people keep a rope tied, which indicates that the valve is closed. But while setting the line, you make sure that all the ropes are opened, valves are physically checked, confirmed that what is the correct position, whether if you are opening it, even the valves which are closed, which are tied with the rope, it must be taken out. The ropes
Yes, sir.
must be taken out, and then
You can open the valve.
confirm that the valve is fully closed.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. That is also correct. Thank you, sir, for that additional.
Do all of you agree with what they've told, or do you have any additional points to add? Anyone? Yeah.
My point is about I am on the deck side. I'm Chief Officer Lacanaria. Good afternoon, by the way, guys. What I observed regarding your procedures is that before you conduct this bunkering operation, all equipment, all the bulbs should be inspected and to be checked on your checklist, correct?
Correct. Correct, sir.
So there's no chance for you to misoperate any bulbs, including these overfill bulbs, because you are undergoing the checklist. But what I see usually in common, as per experience, that we do the checklist, we do the checking, but we bypass it.
Yes.
And at the same time, we are usually time constrained. We are always running with the time. So every time the engineers and the officers are don't have the enough time in order to prepare for everything and make it correct prior to bunkering operations. Because before I have also from tanker vessels before transferring to cargo vessels. Then this factor is almost 0% during the operation. It's only happens that some pollution occur during the operation or transfer, including the bunkering, because the certain equipment or like a pipeline that was already outdated and the vessel is quite old. That happens. But with this regard, any operation, you can able to stop that one from happening because we are doing the checklist. Uh, we can say biblically. Okay.
Very important. Checklists are to be followed, not just as a tick box exercise, but everything has to be followed very diligently. No complacency.
Sir. So, to everything's okay, sir?
Yeah. One more.
Yeah, one more addition. Hi, Captain Gaho. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, sir.
As part of the pre-bunkering meeting, it is important that the deck department should always join the meeting. Because deck department is always utilized as the crewbers. But I observe, and I always remind on board that during pre-bunkering meeting, we should familiarize the deck department the location of these FO vents, because in times of overflow, sometimes they don't know which we are. For example, we are bunkering in FO tank number 2, but they don't know the location of the FO tank vent number 2. So it is very important that during pre-bunkering meeting, we should familiarize the deck department or even bring them on the location of the FO tank vent so that they will know. And during bunkering, they should know that this is really the location of the FO tank vent number 2, FO tank vent number 1. That is only my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good point on that, sir. Thank
Any
you very much.
anything else? Ran something?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Electelen, although I'm not an engineer, but adding to uh, the issue, I think, as what I have observed, I've been sailing with UMMS, it's better that the bunkering meeting should be carried out religiously and diligently, not by tabletop only.
Yes,
That's all, sir.
correct, sir.
Anything else? Anybody? So I will add one more point to this.
Okay, sir.
Just think type of valves. Every ship can have different type of valves. You can have butterfly valves, you can have gate valve, you can have SDNR, screw down valves. So what is the difference? Will it, because last ship I this, okay, I open few turns. Is the valve is open? Maybe this ship you have a gate valve. Agree? So very important. Again, open the valve full. Just light touch. Oh, no, it's open. You're not sure this is actually open or no. So to make sure you open it, if you're not opening, close it and then again open it. This all cannot be written on the checklist, but this is the checks you have to do for this bunkering process to be sure that your valves are open.
Otherwise, we call it personal check, sir. Yes.
Okay, everyone agrees. Then we move on to the next
Sir.
topic. Okay.
Can I just say something, sir? Um, just to close our presentation for today, I would like to stress this one out to everyone, not only to the engine department. The SMS is being provided to us, not to give burden to us, rather to give us a guide in order for us to prevent any unwanted circumstances that might lead to damage and pollution. So we need to follow this diligently, and also do not bypass any remarks that are being said in the SMS. So that's all, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to the next scenario.
Yeah, so we will just continue on where we have covered the bunkering part. So the next group who did the case study will call them. Please join me on the stage. We will try to wrap it up quickly. So this is the team that we were using for doing this case study. So if you look at the problem statements, first one is that BDN signed for the full quantity as per bunker stamped, but actually the quantity received on board was less than the BDN. So who is going to present? You.
Um, Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Port Engineer Orcolio Liumar. Thank you for giving this chance to having me here the stage. Our question is, BDN signed for full quantity as per bunker's team. Ako receive on board is less than the BDN. What before that? First thing is what or why is it happen? Why is it happen? Maybe it is the COQ not received or received wrong. Miscalculation is the temperature volume sounding error trim and error in Excel program. Cappuccino effect, not verifying the sounding before the signing BDN, and not alert while signing BDN. I just want to give a example for the COQ. For example, the density, we should be checked properly because some other person give the BDN in a wrong density, and maybe later we notice that fuel will be decrease because of the density that we receive is incorrect. So and how to prevent it for this cause? Implement number one. Implement the sticker bunkering procedure, including detailed documentation and multiple measurements and careful monitoring. And number two, final sounding should be checked regularly. And before finish bunkering operation, ensure that both vessel tank measurement system regularly calibrated, sir.
Right. So if you see what are the reasons as this gentleman or their team has found, uh, again, the emphasis goes back to the checklist. If you follow the checklist, you can always avoid these problems occurring. And COQ, while doing the calculation for your anticipated ullage at the time of end of bunkering, many times people don't realize that if there's a large difference in the density, the sounding that you had thought, the final sounding, which you should get at the end of bunker, will vary considerably. And if you don't apply the correct density, you will end up with a large discrepancy. So this is important for you guys to understand when you're doing this. Of course, the miscalculation part or the human error part, where the specific gravity is mentioned again, the temperature gauges are not working and you are just assuming any temperature. While checking the volume through the sounding book, nowadays I see there are a lot of Excel programs on board. And if there's any tampering done by anybody, even one cell data is tampered, you will get a wrong answer. So always cross verify with your sounding books. And then even in the sounding book, you have to do interpolation at times. So be careful when you're doing that. Sounding error, when you are putting the sounding pipe in the sounding pipe your sounding tape, be careful what you're doing. If you're taking a ledge, your height of the sounding pipe, what you have mentioned in the sounding log or the book, and actually on board, are they same or not? All these checks you have to do prior bunkering, right? Then the trim, you just go to chief officer, what is the trim? He would look at the lodicator, he'll tell you, okay, 2 meters, and that's all. But actually, what is the trim? Is it really true? You have to make sure that a physical trim check is done when you're doing the bunker surveys. And as I said, the error in the Excel program. List part is not mentioned here. There are vessels where there's no list correction. So even half a degree of list can result into large discrepancies. So be very, very careful. Cappuccino effect, I need not mention this. I think this has been a pain point in industry for long. All of you are aware. So make sure that if you see any air bubble in your sounding tape while doing bunkering, ensure to try and check the tank content by opening the manhole door and ensure that there is no cappuccino. If there is, issue the LOP. And the last 2 points, again, not sometimes the barge will give you the BDN even before the bunkering is completed, and people are not careful enough. They just sign it and send it back. Over reliance and not being alert. You didn't even cross check your final soundings, and you just signed the BDN, and later on you realize that this is a mistake what you've done. So these are the points which beautifully was covered. Yes, sir. Yeah. So these were the points which were very well thought by the team. And if there's anything extra, it's you guys are welcome to suggest. But in the meantime, just there's also an update for the Singapore bunkers. This is done by mass flow meter now. So when you're doing a mass flow meter bunkering, there is a separate procedure in our SMS. You can refer to that section. And the brief of that section is that the checks which are mentioned, which means you should ensure that the barge mass flow meter is calibrated, the certificate of the calibration should be with you. There is a seal log. So all the mass flow meter and associated equipment, including temperature gauges, they are all sealed. And that seal log you have to verify, all right? Then there is a zero setting. So before the start of each bunker operation, they have to zero set their flow meters. Okay, that photograph or the proof you should take. And at the end of bunkering, again, you have to ensure that you take the photograph or the proof of end of bunkering mass flow meter. So if you follow this procedure, there will be, sorry. Eh,
How many of you have taken bunkers in Singapore? Raise your hand. Raise your hand quickly. We don't have time. We have to go for dinner. Tell me quickly. Yeah, only one? Quickly. Okay. Bunker barge. So whatever Lavkesh has said, I would like to add only one more thing. You see, there is a huge, or there is a nexus that is there in Singapore bunkering that still exists. Okay, we believed or we thought that this mass flow meter is going to solve the problem of quantity survey, of quantity issues while we are bunkering in Singapore. It is not the case. There are many cases where the quantity that you receive on board is less than what you have actually signed for. People over rely on mass flow meters. One thing I know what they do, when they are finally when they are when they are blowing through the line, okay, the mass flow meters are located in the barge. Okay, what would happen? the oil would go up. They would pump, they would they would blow through with 1.5 meter, 1.5 bar, 2 bar pressure. The oil would flow through the flow meter up onto the pipe, but it would not be enough, or the pressure is not enough for it to be brought onto the ship. It would go up, come down, go up, come down, and every time it's going up and coming down, it is moving the mass flow meter. Yeah, you understand. And it is a big problem, because at the end of the day, the bunker barge guy is going to show you the mass flow meter. Okay, your soundings have to be reliable. So please do not be complacent. Please do not think that mass flow meter is the holy grail. It is not the holy grail. It is not the final authority. People who are who have a habit of cheating suddenly cannot become saint overnight. They were crooks before, they are crooks now. Nothing has changed. Only thing has changed, the mechanism of cheating. So please, I mean, as I said, owners are relying on us to ensure that their interests are protected. Please do your best to protect their interest. It's a lot of money. Okay, so what we are doing, we are guiding, or we are suggesting, not guiding, we are suggesting to all our clients to send a bunker surveyor when we are bunkering in Singapore now. Some of the owners have agreed to this, and they are sending. Some think that it is an extra money or extra cost. They do not do it. That is not important. Finally, we being on board, we have to protect owners' interest one way or the other. Okay, so very important. Please do not have that mindset. Mass flow meter, 100% accuracy. No, it is not. What Lavkesh has said is 100% right. You have to check the seal, you have to check the zero, you have to check the certificate of calibration. All these three things should be there, but then also they can cheat, keep pumping up and down, keep passing the fuel. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
And just the addendum to what the discussion is being done. If you come to the next point, which we often observe on our industry vessels, that every time there is an on-hire or an off-hire survey, you will find discrepancies. You end up calling your superintendent, sorry, sir, this is what I have. And it is something that is prevalent now, and we need to work on how to prevent it. So one practice of whatever is your consumption, you don't care, you just continue to declare charter party consumption. Even if you're consuming less, you continue to over declare your consumption. If you have a long voyage, at the end of voyage, you have a lot of so-called pocket, which is not really a pocket because it will be taken away. Then the same issues which we have discussed earlier, like wrong gauges, miscalculation, or you are not able to take sounding during the voyage to cross-verify due to weather conditions, over-reliance on the flow meters, similar to mass flow meter, what Vanessa just said. So over-reliance. So you have to have a mechanism to cross-verify. If you see what your flow meter is showing, and if you see that there is a difference in what you actually consume historically, then you should have a reason to doubt and verify that. All right. And if you have large leaks in the system, you are filling up your fuel drain tank regularly, passing them to the sludge tank, and not realizing that your consumption, what you're showing in flow meters, is not really the correct consumption. You are basically under declaring. So these are the basic factors, I would say, that create or end up you in a situation. So please be alert and make sure that you don't repeat these things. This gentleman has also written some points, so maybe you can quickly go through.
Yeah. We have some causes that may result to discrepancies of our bunker during on hire and off hire surveys. So first, we wrote down some costs. Trim at least during reading is incorrect. Taking sounding during ballast and cargo operation. Inaccurate reading of fuel temperature. Wrong usage of a specific gravity. Incorrect fuel calculation. Surveyor intention is not of good interest, and we have no available flow meter on board. So we wrote down also the impact of these discrepancies. First, the owner is liable for the excess shortage of the fuel. Second, bad reputation for the company. Uh, Third, delaying of vessel operation. Fourth, possible off hire of our vessel. And then the last is fuel safety margin of vessel is at risk. Also, we wrote down some prevention in order to prevent this kind of situation. So our prevention are survey should start before and after cargo operation. Trim must not exceed 2 meters and vessel must be upright. If temperature monitor is not available, manual temperature device must be used. Always refer to BDN parameters. Checking of automatic calculation with manual calculation. So we can check if there are some incorrect calculation. Crew will carry out their own calculation along with the surveyor. And then the last is report to the office that no flow meter is available on board so that the office is alert. They are
On to the next topic.
So we have the bunker planning module on the portal. You all are familiar, right? We all are doing bunker planning prior bunker on our system also. We, okay, so do that very carefully. That's one of the tools. So that is the first point where we can get alerted, or if something is going wrong. Okay. Thank you.
Right. So the next point that we had under our discussion today was that the laboratory report comes out as off-spec bunker, and when we repeat the analysis, we find that the bunker to be on-spec. So what could cause this scenario? And in most of the cases, two major reasons. First is wrong sampling procedure, which means you're supposed to have a drip sampling, which means at the beginning to the end of bunkering, you should ensure that your sample is collected for the entire duration. That would be a true representative of your bunker sample. And in the second case, you don't really witness the filling of sample bottles. All right. So you just give your seal and uh, uh, the documents to the barge, and they do it for you, and then they are free to do whatever they wish to. So make sure that you don't take this lightly, because this can have grave repercussions. And the final part is, which I would quickly go through, is also your calculations for bunker on redelivery not matching with bunker on delivery. Many a times you will face this situation where the charterers say that, I cannot give you more bunker now. Why you ask less in the beginning? So at the beginning of each voyage, each new voyage, you are supposed to carry a bunker calculation for the total consumption of that voyage, and you need to ask charterers to provide that quantity of bunkers and make sure that the bunker quantities which were delivered to the charterer are received also in the same numbers. At times, there can be an agreement between owners and charterers for LSMGO, that whatever is consumed, no need to replenish. But for fuel, there would be. So make sure that you read the charter party first, and then you do your calculations. So the issues that we have seen is wrong distance. You have not taken the entire distance, right? Maybe you consider only pilot station to pilot station and berth to berth not taken. Or at times there are also change in port locations, nearby port. But nobody has alerted the charterers that because of the change of port, distance has changed and we need to change the bunker quantity. So make sure that you do that. Then the charter would say that you can assume X number of days for your operation. Please make them realistic. Cross-check with the uh, agent and put a disclaimer when you are doing this calculation that this is based on X number of days. If there are changes in days, then you will have to replenish larger quantities. And another part, important part is nobody is, or most of the people are not taking any weather margin into consideration. So if you have a long voyage, if you're expecting uh, weather issues, uh, take some weather margin. Because if you don't do that, you will definitely end up with lesser quantities at the end. So these were the main points today for bunker and bunker related things. As you can see that this was chosen a topic in this platform. It has a lot of importance and impact on our day-to-day operation. So this is an earnest request with all people present here that take the lessons from here, spread it to your other colleagues also, and make sure that in future we have no claims regarding bunkering. Thank you.
Abhishek, Captain Abhishek, we'll proceed to the next scenario from the deck side, deck one.
Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. This is a navigation incident which we'll be sharing right now. There was a scenario where a vessel has lost the anchor with the chain while sailing at sea. There were many factors behind it. These guys have worked on that. We'll be sharing that. The weather conditions were before scale 6. The swell height was approximately 3 to 4 meter. The anchor lashings were not taken adequately. Vessel lost the anchor, and the next morning they realized the anchor and the chain is at sea. It was not on board. And same was the condition with the starboard anchor, but they realized it and they took the extra lashing before it was lost. So the case history is like only anchor loss at sea. So what all precautions we can take? What were the main causes behind it? They have been identified by the team and they will be sharing it.
Good day, everyone. We are from Group 2, composed of captains, chief officers, second mates, and third officers. We are tasked, I am tasked to present the product of our brainstorming, and with me are two captains to assist me. So as discussed by Captain Abhishek, we are tasked with a case study regarding loss of anchor with chain in heavy weather. Remember, not at anchor, but during sailing. So here's the scenario, a brief overview. What happened to the anchor? This is the actual photos of the incident. And here is the group's output. We have found out that one of the root causes of this incident was the improper securing or stowage of the anchor lashings, and the lashing was not properly done, the 3-point contact. Secondly, the securing material used is not in good condition. And we also found out that there was a metal fatigue or deterioration. Next, We also found out that there was additional securing materials or equipment, and the lashing was not initiated despite received heavy weather information. We also found out that the heavy weather checklist was not carried out properly by visual. And the crew familiarization, or the crew were not familiarized with the specific securing procedure and the equipment of the vessel. And for the crew, or the human factor, we have considered the crew fatigue. So here are the preventive measures that we found that can help us that this would not happen on our next vessels. First, crew familiarization of ship-specific securing manual. And second, heavy weather checklist as per SMS must be carried out properly and accordingly. Next, we have to put additional lashing equipment or materials prior heavy weather. And next, the proper maintenance to be properly followed as per PMS. And the proper securing of the anchor, the 3-point contact. And lastly, or second to the last, is that the lashing materials must be in accordance with the securing manual specification. And lastly, the reduced RPM and alter course to minimize the pounding and pitching to prevent damages. Thank you. And any reaction from the group or from the
Did
audience?
all the
will
guys
be-
understood this? What was the main cause for loss of anchor? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Picture. I'll just go back to the picture. Yeah. Okay. Next. Down. No. One more. Okay. Can you see the condition of the lashing wire? The lashing wire is completely corroded. There was no strength left in the wire. So we had made few amendments for this condition check. First of all, we have to carry out the greasing of the wires every month. We have to renew the wire every 2 years, or before that if the condition is deteriorated. So please do inspect the lashing wires and renew them as required. Also, please check the SWL of the wires. The SWL of the wire should be approximately more than 2 times the weight of the anchor. These all are the amendments which have been made in the PMS also. And there is one circular which has been forwarded to all ships. So, other thing is like whenever we are inspecting the windlass and associated equipment that include chain and anchor also, we have to ensure the brakes band condition is completely satisfactory as per the manufacturer, which is generally approximately 50% of the original length. If the brake band is 16 mm, then probably the manufacturer will recommend to replace the bands when it is at 9 mm. So we have to check that by vernier caliper regularly and ensure the condition of the brake band is also good. And we have to check for the locking nut also, which is below the windlass. The height, the distance and the gap between the brake band and the locking nut should be 2 mm, not more, not less. Because if the distance is less or more, then there are chances the brake band will touch on the top or on the bottom. So only one part of the brake band will get deteriorated, other part will not be touching. So holding power of the brake will reduce. So while doing the inspections, we have to ensure we are checking all the items which have been mentioned in the job description of the PMS. Next, one more. Next. Down. Other point is the proper securing of the anchor, the 3-point contact. This is one of the major concerns we are facing on board the ships because of the twist in the chains. There is no written procedure to remove the twist in the chains, but by basic seamanship, we can remove it. First of all, whenever we are heaving up the anchor, uh, we have to ensure the bar is anchor is having a 3 point contact and bar is completely sitting down. If it is not, that means there is a twist in the chain. So we have to lower the anchor a couple of times and heave up. Or other method can be we have to take the extra lashings and lower down the chain on the deck. And while heaving up, we have to remove the twist by using crowbars or the basic seamanship. There is no written procedure, but yeah, we have to use it the seamanship. So please ensure there is no twist in the chain and anchor is always having 3 point contact. That is one of the basic things by which we can literally prevent the anchor losses.
If you have such kind of situations, please report to us. If you have this anchor is not secured properly, it's important. Many times we see anchor has been damaged, the fluke is bent. Okay, all these things. As soon as you go on board, these are the first checks. Please report to the office so that we can take timely actions.
One thing I would like to clarify here. We have this gelatin bar. Okay, you know this gelatin bar, all of you? So it is a misconception. Does everybody know the purpose of this gelatin bar? Why is it used?
This stopper or guillotine bar, the main purpose of this one is that we will use that one when we are heaving the anchor during heavy weather. And the tendency is if the power of the windlass cannot hold on with this wind force or something or heavy weather, then the tendency of this guillotine bar is to stop the chain and reduce the tendency of the anchor and the chain to what to call this. Uh, yes, sir.
Very good. Does everybody agree with this? One more. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Captain Alvarez. In addition to the good gentleman, the purpose of this guillotine bar is also an indication to determine if the anchor brake lining is still in good condition and if it is holding. Yeah, so normally, we would keep at least 10 mm space between the guillotine bar and the next link. Yeah, that's the practice.
When the vessel is anchored, correct?
Yes, when the vessel is anchored, sir.
Very important.
Yes.
What
Thank you.
about this bow stopper? No, Captain Alvarez, you keep holding the mic. I think, what about this bow stopper when the anchor is in stored condition? Is there any purpose of this bow stopper?
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
Is there any purpose of this bow stopper when the vessel's anchor is in completely stored position?
In stored position, sir.
In stored position.
That is not applicable, sir.
Very good. Does everybody agree with this?
Yes, totally agree, sir.
Because majority of times, not majority, sometimes people tend to move the anchor little bit to allow the bow stopper to be in place, thereby leaving the anchor little bit hanging. Do you understand this?
Understood, yes, sir.
Very important to understand that the anchor has to be completely brought in. It is not important whether the bow stopper is in place or not. Bow stopper is something that is used when you are anchored, or as he rightly says, when you are heaving up the anchor in bad weather, you do not want the windlass to go away, to run out. So you have to make sure to most important, this bow stopper, when your anchor is completely stored, if you can put it inside, it is okay. But that is not how you would be able to secure the anchor. Anchor can only be secured once there is no lateral movement. Anchor, first of all, anchor has to be completely brought in. Then, of course, 3-point contact, 3-point lashing. Okay, I think this misnomer has to be cleared very much here. Sorry. Point contact. 3 point contact. Sorry. Okay, clear? Yeah?
Clear, sir, clear.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it's clear with you, but it has to be, so, Captain Alvarez, you should, and and everybody here who understands it clearly should relay this message to everyone. Bow stopper only when the vessel is anchored.
Correct, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. 10 mm gap, yeah. Oh, Captain Alvarez, maybe you can also tell why should there be 10 mm gap?
Yes, sir. Uh,
Why the weight should not be there on bow stopper while you are sailing? No, not sailing. Even while sailing, there should not be any weight on the bow stopper. Because when you keep a gap, little bit of gap, there is no weight on the bow stopper when you are sailing. Weight is not on the bow stopper, you are taking weight on the lashing and on the brakes. But there is no weight on the bow stopper.
yes, correct,
In
sir.
case you have a blackout, God forbid you have a blackout, you are not able to do anything. You cannot let go your anchor also. So that is important.
I believe everybody is clear about the bow stopper thing now, or any doubts anymore?
It's okay. That's the same point.
A lot of people have doubts on this. Yeah. Yeah. So additional lashings are needed at times. Surely, it is totally master's discretion. You know it. But in case your anchor is snug fit, if it is not projecting outside, the 3 point contact is there. When your anchor is, your flukes are touching, if it is a snug fit, most of the time it will not get loose. So important is not to use the bow stopper to take the weight of the anchor, especially during sailing. There has to be some clearance. There has to be some clearance. Yes, you will not be able to let go. And when vessel is at anchor, it will not let the weight come on the windlass. The, the weight will be taken by the bow stopper when you are at anchor. Yeah.
And one final point. So you can lose the anchor not only in heavy weather. You can lose your anchor also when you are doing anchoring. If you are anchoring, if your speed is high, if you are letting go your anchor from a very high depth. So please follow your SMS procedures. We have this guidance in the SMS. And the SMS is the root of all these things. If you follow these procedures, you can avoid most of the accidents.
इसके बाद कुछ है क्या दूसरा वाला भी other Okay, thank you. Thank you guys.
Good day, everyone, and we're just going to discuss the navigational case study, the grounding incident. Type of incident, navigation incident, grounding at Port Kota, Kinabalu. Vessel floated after 3 days, no casualties, hull damage, or environmental pollution resulted due to this incident.
Incident overview. Port control instructions. Directed vessel to proceed to 1 nautical mile of container berth. Advise pilot would contact 10 minutes prior to berthing. Arrival at pilot station. Vessel reached the pilot station as per passage plan and agent's instructions.
So we came up with the root causes of this incident. So for number one, for the root causes is the poor passage planning. So in passage planning, there's APEM or appraisal, planning, execution, and monitoring. When it comes to the appraisal, the problem with the appraisal is the geoposition of berth or insufficient port information. So
Wait. I think let me narrate the incident first, then they will be able to relate it better.
okay, sir, we're
Yeah.
going to back
Yeah,
the
let us.
incident, sir.
It is a very interesting incident. It doesn't happen every now and then. Very interesting incident. People should know about it.
Okay, sir.
Then they'll be able to connect to the root cause. You know what has happened in this case? This vessel was going to this port for the first time. This is a liner vessel, a container has never been to Kota Kinabalu on a very reputed charter. Okay, they received instruction that vessel has to go to Kota Kinabalu port. The second officer drew the passage plan to Kota Kinabalu. He took out the port Kota Kinabalu in ECDIS. You have all the ports there, and he drew a passage plan. They never consulted any guide to port entry or any other publications. And what has happened was this Kota Kinabalu port was south, and actually the container terminal was 10 miles north. Okay, so passage plan was drawn to Kota Kinabalu, and vessel proceeded there, and there is a, as you say, Swiss cheese theory. Continuous one after the other, there were many things which were done wrong. Passage plan was wrong because port was told wrongly by the charterers. After that, there was no proper evaluation of your passage plan. Then what has happened? Yeah. So then what has happened? Vessel reached early morning, 4 o'clock, pilot station. This port has a pilot station south. Actual pilot station was north, where vessel has to go. So vessel reached the pilot station. They couldn't see the pilot boat. And they were in contact with the pilot. Pilot cannot see the vessel. So now master is calling pilot, I am in the pilot station. Pilot is saying, I don't see you. I am also at pilot station. Then finally, another mistake. Captain continued into the port at 9.5 knots. There was no abort line. I believe all of us know what is abort line. Okay. Without seeing the pilot, you should not cross your abort line. So vessel continued. Captain was a very senior master, very senior master. Almost 18 years as master on similar type of vessels. He continued, maybe overconfidence. Okay, 9.5 knot. He continued. And if you see, this is a south port. There was a reef down below. Okay, he continued. He was coming south towards the terminal, towards the bulk terminal. There was only one berth on this terminal, the wrong terminal. He turned south. His heading was 180. That is the time pilot realized that you are proceeding at the wrong place. There was no VTIS there. Now pilot called him, Captain, you are going at a wrong place. You have to turn 000. You have to come north 10 miles. Vessel was already at high speed. And there was very little sea room. If you see, this was a reef. There was a shallow on the other side. Captain tried to turn around the vessel. But it was too late. By the time he turned around, vessel was sitting next to the reef. Okay, this was the case. And we were lucky that there was no damage to the hull. Vessel just sat next to the reef on a softer ground. Though vessel was stuck there for a few days and came out finally with the tide. So we were very lucky. If vessel would have gone over the reef, we would have had a major navigational incident. So this is a very special case where a lot of things went wrong. Now I believe the root cause. You will tell. Yeah, good.
So with the root cause, poor passage planning, and then the appraisal, first thing is they don't know the geoposition of berth or insufficient port information. And then for the planning, there's the incorrect UKC calculation, incorrect safety parameters that should be inputted in the ECDIS, and then lack of ECDIS markings such as no-go areas, pilot boarding ground, and abort point, and then navigational hazard along the route. For the execution and monitoring, miscommunication with the pilot and the agent, lack of proper risk assessment, failed to conduct pre-arrival meeting or bridge team meeting, not following the route track, failed to constantly check the echo sounder, and failed to review the voyage planning that should be before the execution. And then failure to comply with the area specific checklist, failed to observe bridge watch level as per SMS, and failed to check local tides and currents, and failed to follow safe speed. So with the next thing for the root cause is human error, can be for the fatigue, negligence, and lack of judgment, and lack of situational awareness, such as not reading the safety alerts that was given every once. Ayun. Then for the preventive action, obtain clear and concise information with the pilot, agent, and port control. And then you can refer to the nautical publication or guide to port entry, since it was not given by the agent or the pilot. And then constant monitoring of the movement of the vessel with the use of all navigational equipment, including proper lookout. So, with in terms with the navigational equipment, you should monitor the echo sounder, and then in the ECDIS, you need to have a visual and sight first, and then check for all the monitor all the navigational equipment. Then comply with the company's UKC policy, conduct pre-arrival meeting or bridge team meeting. Then passage plan to be scrutinized and verified by all bridge team members, and then follow safe speed and high situational awareness. So that's all, sir.
Very good, very good. So the girls have summarized the main points very, very well. But if we think from a passage planning point, the just four stages of passage planning: preparation, planning, execution, and monitoring. You see, our SMS provides all the tools to cover most of the points that are there. Preparation part, getting the right information from the agent before arrival, getting all the information, doing a proper route planning. Choose the safest route. If you do this, you have covered half of the points. The next is, please know your equipments. If you know your equipment, you know your ECDIS. Your ECDIS will give you an anti-grounding alarm. If you follow the company's UKC policy, you have covered another important point. Your ECDIS will give UKC alarm only if the settings are correct. And before arrival, you have to do the pre-arrival checks. You do your steering checks. You do your main engine checks. You reduce speed as per your SMS, and you are again coming safely to the point. Execution, then monitoring. Then make sure when you are coming to the point, you are alert, you are aware of the situation, and you can avoid such incidents. Grounding is a very, very unfortunate accident. It can lead to the total loss of vessel. It can lead to severe pollution incidents. So we need to be really situationally aware and follow all the procedures.
Yes, a very classic case where all four stages of passage plan, all four stages had error. Appraisal, error. Planning, error. Execution, error. Monitoring, error. A very classic case where every barrier failed. And we were just lucky that it didn't turn into a major navigational disaster. So please be careful. I believe review of passage plan is something which we find a lot of errors every time. Now we are doing remote review of passage plans, and we find a lot of errors in passage plan reviews. The position plotting interval never correct. ECDIS settings, safety settings, lot of settings missing. Yes. Look at yes. If you can add something, what all you saw in your passage plan. Add something.
I mean, in the pictures shown, sir, there was no look ahead. There should be an alarm in case the vessel will cross safety contours and also the shallow water areas.
Correct. But unless you have the settings right, as Captain Satindra said, unless you have the settings done properly, I believe your ECDIS gives you only a complacency. You know, earlier we were having only paper charts and we were doing position plotting manually. We were putting in more effort. Nowadays with ECDIS, I believe people are getting complacent. You know, it won't give you right output unless you put a proper input in the ECDIS. So very important to review your passage plans. Captains have to depend on second officers, but finally, it is captain's responsibility to review the passage plan, and all the navigational officers have to review it as well. It is important. Not signing the passage plan that is verified and reviewed is not good enough. It can put you in major trouble.
And sadly, there is
Yes.
also a tendency to disregard the alarms. We mute the alarms and we leave them. Please don't do that. You know, it's very, very important to investigate each and every alarm and take corrective action for it.
Also, recently we had another grounding where the the ETD changed from the port. Passage plan was done properly, but the ETD changed by 2 hours. Vessel departed 2 hours early, 1.5 hours early. There was a bar in the river. The vessel had to come out from this thing out. It had to cross a bar. The ship staff did not even bother to check whether the soundings are good enough. You know, at this moment, UKC is good enough to go out from the port because vessel has come in at the same draft. Draft was 7.5 meter while going in, 7.5 meter while coming out. So again, the complacency. Vessel, finally, second officer made a good passage plan. The UKC was calculated. And as per the UKC, vessel had to leave at some particular time. And that was the time it was designated to leave also. But cargo finished early. Vessel left 1.5 hours early. And vessel was sitting at the bar. You know, again at 9 knots, vessel got grounded. But again, we were lucky. It was only soft mud. So vessel had to wait there for 1 hour for tide to come up, 1.5 hours, and vessel was floated. But you can see these are the indicators of how we are performing our job on the ships these days. So be very careful, guys. Navigational incidents can be catastrophic. They can be catastrophic. Nobody wants those incidents on their ships, but never be in this mindset that this can happen with others. It can happen to everybody. To the best of the mariners, to the best of the navigators, this can happen. So please do proper bridge team management. That is very important. Everybody has to contribute. Do not only depend on second officer or do not only depend on the captain. Everybody has to contribute.
And finally, a good round of applause for these two girls. Please remember, what gets appreciated gets repeated.
Okay, gentlemen, with this we come to the end of the day's session. And thank you so much for participation. Thank you so much for being, giving us your feedbacks. We'll talk more tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you. See you tomorrow.